All right, let's see. How do I do this again? Um, yeah. Well, unfortunately, there's this, and I'm even more in the dark than usual. Um, let's see if this helps. Um, so I'm in a completely different setup than I was the last time you all saw me, heard from me. I think the last stream that I did was the the Halloween thing from Hex and Hell, a bunch of different people, which was a really good time. And I want to do more stuff like that in the future. But so you can't really tell because it's the same empty void behind me than there always is. But I'm in a completely different city. I'm no longer in the apartment I was in before. Here's the life update that nobody asked for because I don't really have anyone to talk to about these kinds of things, so I'll shout it out into the void. This is my own video documentary that I can look back at in a few years in cringe. But so yeah, I am at home with my parents and I can't talk very loud because there's people streaming, streaming, sleeping around me, and not around me, but like in rooms that are nearby. So I don't want this to suddenly become an ASMR thing. I'm trying very careful, and I was testing my microphone a lot before this to not be really wet and mouth soundy. Like I'm someone who's very sensitive to weird wet noises in mouths when they're amplified through a microphone. So I would not want to force that upon my audience as well. I tried to do a lot of stuff with like sound dampening and things like that, but like there's just so much arguing online about like how you can truly soundproof or dampen rooms. Like there's a difference between changing the acoustics of a room, as in like, preventing echo from happening. That's relatively easy, but the real tricky part is how do you stop sound from coming out of the room, which usually all the experts are like, unless you're going to be tearing down the walls and filling the gap in the walls with, expensive sound insulating padding, it's pointless to try. But I at least tried to like angle my desk and put sound absorbing blanket over the door, not in a dangerous like fire hazard way, but so I know that because my voice is pretty low pitched that people are going to hear it no matter what. I don't think people will hear what I'm saying, but they'll hear my voice rumbling. I'm going to try something a little different too, is that um, a lot of times I listen to horror ambience. Like that's my work music, is horrifying, foreboding ambience, either just straight up from a horror game or horror inspired. So let's see how this sounds. I'm gonna have to put it way below my voice so it doesn't overwhelm. And I don't think any of this is DMCA. Check what's going on. And I know audio levels are often misrepresented in OBS. If there's a lot of bass in a song, it looks like it's way louder than it's actually perceived. And this is a very bassy song. It's more of like a drone. You probably won't hear this at all on mobile because there's so much bass and phones don't really have a way of emitting really low pitch sounds. But a lot of the music I listen to is from Midwich Music. It's a great horror inspired ambient composer. Um, so, oh yeah, the life update that no one asked for. So yeah, I'm gonna have to not talk as loud, and unfortunately, I won't be able to do really long 10-hour plus streams anymore because they'll just think, I'm even more insane than they already think I am. They already think, my life is just barely hanging on by pieces and that I'm just like, socially messed up and isolated. So don't want to encourage that thought process even more by just sitting here and streaming for 10 hours and proving their point. So, yeah, in America, it is, well, technically, looks at clock today is Thanksgiving, which I think is one of the dumbest holidays that we have because it's so close to Christmas. Why even have it? And I don't particularly like the food for Thanksgiving. We are going to get together with some cousins and stuff, but we're not gonna, we're gonna have like a meal, nothing too fancy. I mean, everything's like kind of greatly downsized over the years. I really think that Thanksgiving should just be like Halloween 2 or something like that. Because we could use more Halloween. I never get tired of Halloween. Um, so what else I was gonna say here? Yeah, so these streams are probably from now on until I move forward with my life to somewhere new or I'm independent again. Streams are gonna have to be probably, I don't know, 4 hours or so, but then, hard cut to my stream ending 10 hours later, and it just happens anyway. I don't know. This will be a good test of my own self control when it comes to streaming, which is going to be tough. So, kind of the thing with like living in a new place, it's like a lot less anxiety regarding things like income. I still owe, or not owe, well, yeah, I owe a lot because of student debt, but I don't have to pay rent each month and things like that, which is a huge cost of life. So it feels really nice to not owe nearly as much money each month, but I still owe stuff from paying installments from last year's taxes and student loans and just like all of that usual garbage. And I'm able to pay it off and everything, but it's still stressful, but not as stressful. And just, when you get a lot of problems removed from a big life change, there's always going to be new things added to it because it's like, I feel more socially isolated than ever before because at least when I was in Minneapolis, that I was able to, um, in theory, just walk out my door and there's people there all the time. And I could just go to a park and there'd be people. Doesn't mean I'll talk to them, that they'd want to talk to me, that there'd be any socializing happening at all. But they're at least there. And it makes me still feel human, makes me still feel social. But now that I'm out in the middle of a suburb, it's like you rarely ever see anyone outside. If there is anyone outside, they're just getting in their car to drive somewhere because, like, American suburbs are very car centric and bike unfriendly, public transit unfriendly. And just if you aren't married and have kids, there's really no point to living in a suburb unless I guess you like that kind of really isolated lifestyle. It's not isolated in the sense of like a rural, like living on a farm kind of isolated, but it's isolated in the sense that like you will only ever interact with specifically who you want to interact with. Like in big cities and stuff, I really like being forced to be around a lot of people for better, for worse. I mean, a lot of times there's people that you don't want to be interacting with. But that's just the risk of, potentially interacting with more people at a time. So it's tough to get used to that change. So, I feel more isolated than ever before because I'm just here, just doing my remote job, which I'll talk about in a sec. And in the VOD, I'm going to have a timestamp that skips all of this stuff. So people are like, I thought I was here for Half-Life 1 mapping. What's this guy, quote unquote, yapping about? And, but anyway, so It's just like when you're this isolated, it really emphasizes so much more just how really difficult it is to like establish mutually empathetic friendships and just relationships of any kind with people. I mean, my parents are nice and everything. I mean, sure we have some differences that we just keep to the side because we're just trying to exist together, and I'm grateful that I'm here, and I don't want to like cause problems that makes it harder to talk to one another. So just coexist and just be glad I have a house to be in, because I would literally be on the streets right now if it wasn't for them. But yeah, working remotely and living remotely and everything remote right now is like I feel more alone than ever before. It's hard to establish friendships where people, care about your life and what's going on with you, and having people in your life that like actually wonder what's going on in your life. Like it feels really, really good to help others and to be there for others and everything. And it feels even better if they show, even a little bit of care back towards you. Like that's just extra if you get anything back from it. So it feels good to help. It feels good to be there and to talk to people. But in life, it's one of the hardest things ever to not only have that connection of finding somebody you have stuff in common with, but to actually, you know, to have them actually care back in the same way that you care. I know everyone has their own ways of expressing friendship and care towards one another. There isn't like one correct way to go about all of that. And sometimes you conflict and all of that, but it feels, it's just like it's so difficult to find that boundary. And when you're living a really isolated life, it hits that much harder. You just feel that much more depressed. It's that much harder to wake up in the morning. It's that much harder to go on. It's like, hey, I have a job now. I should be happy. That was my biggest problem for a long time, was a job. And now it's like, oh, let's just move on to the next problem. Life, am I right? Um, so that's my current big struggle, is just finding people in my life that I not only that I get along with, but are willing to just hang out, talk about life. You'll just do friend things. Like I often feel like what do friends do? Like what? Like I have a lot of just casual acquaintances of people on the internet and everything, but it's like that's all they've ever really been. Like I try reaching out to people that I feel like I have more in common with, like that may potentially be like, hey, do you want to just talk? Do you want to just be friends like friends apparently do? And it rarely ever goes that way. I don't know if it's just like I'm just really unlucky, if there's something just blatantly wrong with me that I'm not aware of, but I feel like I'm pretty self-aware most of the time. So it's like if there is something really wrong with me, I feel like I would have caught on to it by now. And I've known some people who are very, you know, cut and dry, get right to the point. If there's like, it's really weird when you do this, blah, blah, blah. Like I feel like I would have heard all of these things by now. Like I know I have a lot of quirks and a strange person and everything, but I don't think I'm so bad that people that like when I try to get closer to people that they just are, it's just inconvenient to talk. It's just not, just don't want to. I don't know. So that's my big struggle now. It's just feeling like I belong somewhere, that I matter. And this is all, everyone has issues like this, but this is my video journal, and you're all just eavesdropping in on it. And so that's my thoughts that go through my mind every day as I'm trying to get myself back together. Like, yeah, I have an income now. Things are coming together. They're going in the way that they should, but it's just, new problems. Well, not new at all, but it's shifted a little bit. So on a little lighter note is, so the job that, I have been doing with 3D modeling and stuff like that, it has been going well, and they're dropping more and more responsibility onto me, and I'm like going to be the one person controlling an entire project at this company. As they move on to another one, I'm taking over an old one. I guess they trust me enough to be like, hey, just keep making these models, and we'll keep paying you for them, and just keep going. It's like, as long as the money keeps coming, I'm fine with that. So, but it is weird that they only pay once a month, like every 30 days, which is really tricky when most jobs pay in the US, pay you twice a month. So it's like, it doesn't line up well sometimes. Like, hey, I have a bunch of bills I have to pay at the end of this month, but I'm not going to get paid for another couple more weeks. So it's really frustrating. Like, I don't know. Still trying to figure that one out. But so there's that. But it is a 3D modeling job. I'm doing more like industrial design, doing like the more hard surface, like product renders kinds of things. So I don't exactly enjoy this specific subject matter, but it's like, I don't know, it's better than a lot of stuff I could be doing, and it's remote, can't complain. So the next thing is, what is the next thing? Well, I have felt more inspired over the last, felt more inspired to be doing projects, working on projects, and do things that are more for myself. And I don't know if you all saw this, but I made a little animation for a friend, and I'll show it here. It was for her, sorry, abrupt cutoff. It's for her birthday. It's a month late, but I wanted to make it. And I was thinking like, okay, I'm learning all these new skills with 3D modeling and things like that. It would be really nice to um, put all the skills I've learned together into one project. So everything you see here, I made from scratch, and but it's based on characters from like her universe. So these aren't like my original designs, but it's just cool characters that I kind of brought to life in my own little way. I hope the audio isn't going to be too loud. All right, let me just test the audio real quick. Ooh. Okay, let me put that way down. And my camera is blocking the audio slider. Okay, put it down a little bit more. All right. So yeah, this is all done by me, modeled and animated and everything, and I'm pretty proud of how it turned out. Might be a little dark. I know this is really hard to tell what's going on mobile, but here it is. All right. So that was that. And also nice to see you, but Charity, welcome. One thing I want people don't know that this is Polish, and I was told that this is really terrible Polish. And I intentionally didn't go and find some like canned message. I attempted to get the grammar right myself, but I think I still screwed it up. But Stolat is like 100 years. It's like the Polish way of saying happy birthday, and there's a whole song associated. It's like Stolat, Stolat, blah 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 blah. And let me attempt to read this. Cover your ears if you are if you don't like hearing Americans attempt other languages. Um, so I'll read it really slow. So because Polish is really big on every piece of the word is pronounced. So przyjaciel czme, dziękujemy za wrażliwkie I miło spędzony wspólnie czas. My what I attempted to say was, Moth friend, thank you for the entertainment and nice times spent together. But apparently, I messed it up a lot. Like, for example, I was trying to say a friend who is a series of moths, but I guess the actual grammar here implies that it's someone who is friends with moths, not the other way around. Then I like Jankuya is like thank you, and Jakuya me is like a form that is like thanking someone else for something. And Miwo is like nice, and ease and the other words I tried taking the original form and tried conjugating it and things that I don't know. Obviously use translator and stuff to try to help with it, but I don't know. I tried. But it was a fun project. Only word you know is ch- chme is moth. Yeah, well, chme is multiple moths, and then chma is one. And animation is on my YouTube channel also, and I had like a dithering effect on this. Oops, but I'm still working on trying to figure out how to get dithering better represented in on YouTube because video compression loves destroying dithering as much as it can. So there's that. And just real quick, I'll bring the program or I'll bring the scene up here in Blender so you can kind of look at what it looks like, ended up like. All right. So let me put this into rendered view. Go over here and this is going to be, oh, turn that off. And this kind of reminds me too, is like, because I'm getting way more comfortable in Blender that I really want to um, get more comfortable streaming Blender, and as I work on stuff, I'd like to show it off. Like this is kind of by me, believe it or not, I'm going to be doing some Half-Life 1 mapping stuff, which I'll talk about right after this. And that's probably why most of you are here. Uh, but like my professional work is in Blender now. Like the actual product renders that I'm doing is there, and now a lot of my hobbies are all about 3D modeling in Blender. So it's nice to spend a lot of time in this program. And I don't feel like I'm getting burnt out or anything. That's always the risk of when too much of your life is around one specific activity that you run the risk of all of them falling apart, which I'm aware of the risk, but I don't feel it yet. I've been doing it long enough now. So, yeah, I had to make custom rigs for all these characters as well. And I originally was going to avoid having an IK rig on the actual moth character here because I've never had to rig a six-legged character before. And I was like, is it really worth it to put all that effort into a rig when all the character is going to do is fly in and walk a little bit? But then I kept trying to animate the walk animations and it kept becoming a nightmare to do it without IK. And so people that don't know, IK is a method of allowing a controller, like this cube, to move multiple bones at a time. Because otherwise you would be doing it like a clay model or something where you would like, okay, I'm going to bend this part of the leg a little bit, and then the next part a little bit, and then the next part a little bit. And that gets really tedious doing that for too long. It's called, yeah, IK is inverse kinematics. I think kinematics is the concept of um, multiple jointed parts moving together or not together or something like that. So inverse kinematics is where the tip controls the rest of it, whereas forward kinematics would mean that the base controls the rest of it, where this is inverse, so it's going from the front to the back. So like, all these legs move this way. The wings I ended up not rigging. I found a really nice method when you're modeling to just put individual origins on. So that way each bone is going to curl at the same rate all the way along, and it does kind of a more desirable effect. Like like if I were to just rotate the one bone here, the whole wing moves very stiff like this. But if I take all of them together and now it's on individual origin, so each one is going to be taking the same amount of rotation. So now it will, it's a little hard to, this isn't the best example, but so now they'll actually curl as you would expect, which is like, an ideal form of motion when you're doing wings. Now I was watching a lot of slow motion videos of moths flying in slow mo to try to figure out how they actually move. You're kind of simulating that, like that little bit of lag behind or like momentum. Um, like when they fly, it's not just rapidly moving up and down like this. And when they fly, it's actually, a very like, the base part moves a little bit and the rest trails behind slightly. Then like the antenna, I used wiggle bone and I had to remember to bake my wiggle bones. Then the actual character itself is just, low poly. Um, Nothing really special going on here. I did have the texture is a semi-procedural texture. So I have to remember to not save my file after all this because it will overwrite a lot of stuff. So if I go into the material here of this character, that you can see that there is a lot of node business going on. But the only one that really matters is when you look over here. Um, Let me put that background ambience on real quick so you're not just listening to my moist mouth flap. Wait, not that one. Okay, hope that's not too loud. So there's a thing called a color ramp, which is a really valuable node that will take values from black to white and it will remap them to whatever colors that you give it. So right now, if I were to just change, green to any other color, because that's the only color that I was applying to it here, it'll just make everything red. But if I wanted to add some in-between steps to that color, I can add another connection here and be like, okay, what if I wanted it to transition kind of into more of a distinct yellow? Well, first of all, you have to find kind of like the break point where those values show up. Let me focus in on this. Maybe yellow isn't the best color. What if I do something that's, I don't know, how about blue? Really bright blue for demonstration's sake. So if you can find the right threshold to where that starts appearing, or even just invert it the other way. Okay, what if we go in this direction? So, yeah, so then can choose the recolor in a whole different way. But this character, for kind of the glowing effect, I had to put a light source in it so that it has green. So there's always going to be a bit of green there. I'd have to go and change that. Yeah, all the node stuff is in like the shader section. This whole thing is actually called the shader editor. It's for editing materials, but what's really nice though is that you can bake out just about anything. Like, yeah, this is procedural, so technically this is stuck in Blender, but I could come to an appearance that I'm happy with and then individually bake out like just the color or just roughness or just, all the things that like a game engine would want. So it could be used in a game engine. It would just take a little bit of extra work to do it. Like most commonly when people bake things, it's always going to be towards, normal maps. That's the most common thing where you do a 3D sculpt that's really, really high fidelity, and then you bake all that to normals back onto a lower, what's called like a re-topologized version of that model, like one that is more reasonable to animate and work with in a game engine. And then all of the complexity is baked into a normal map and put into a texture. And a lot of other stuff here, like this guy is all nothing too special here. He's all humanoid. So I started out like this, and it was my first time dealing with like body proportions that were really non-standard because I'm used to more like realistic human forms and stuff. But then now when I'm trying to pose this guy, the like elbows and stuff behave so differently. Like I had to move these pull targets to like pretty big extremes to make the elbows look right. And I'm really pleased with the texture on the gloves themselves, how that turned out, especially when there's surrounding light sources. Of course, there's none here, because it just came out really warm and fuzzy looking mittens kind of appearance. And then this got a little awkward down here because like the these are supposed to be for targets for knees, so they're pointing in that direction, but I needed, because the shoes are so big, I needed them to kind of, part of them to move along with it, so they end up stretching in weird ways. I mean, stuff definitely isn't ideal here, but it's just kind of, like I wanted to just get this done, because it was so difficult for me to just make this happen. I think it's a problem a lot of people face where it's like you start so many projects, but you rarely ever finish anything. And I'm proud of myself that I actually finished this. I removed a lot of stuff that I wanted to do, but I'm still satisfied with how it turned out in the end. And then there's little, monotonous Easter egg buttons on the character, which you don't even really normally see. Then I made the hat its own separate bone so that the hat could move independently and wobble around. Which I thought was a fun little addition. Nothing else is too unusual. Candelabra. Had this kind of cool. It was fun making the bow for this gift here. Oh, and it's fun making this glitter texture here too, because I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to make kind of a glittery appearance. Like my instinct was to make it a specular map, but it just wasn't looking right. It wasn't looking contrasting enough. So I ended up using a fake normal map. So I actually artificially created a normal map with the color ramp and input its values here, and then used adjustments to the noise that went into it in depth and things like that. So like normally the noise just looks like this. Actually, that's deceptive. Normally it looks like this. So noise will randomly assign colors to certain areas, like procedural noise. So when I remap the noise, I remap it to coordinates of a normal map. So I boost contrast a bit and then bring the color into here, so it actually artificially just forced a normal map together. And pretty proud with how that turned out, because I really love this appearance in things. It's not quite as extreme as I wanted it to be, but I wanted it to really glitter in the dark, but it only kind of mildly did. And then, I had the post-processing on top of everything to try to boost the highlights a little bit more. So it's all right. Yeah, Voronoi noise is such a nice type of noise. It's really good for like organic stuff. And also, hello, primary denizen. Nice to see you. Similar technique to achieve stuff like galvanized metal. Yeah. So let me turn off the PP post processing and the big mat down here, which I think I have locked. Well, you can see what's going on here. Like this was all just a fabric texture that I messed with the values with and did the same sort of remap to it in order to get the colors to show up in more of a organic way rather than hand painting everything together. Nothing really special about the water bottle. I guess the only other thing was, if I go back to the animation, is that this was my first time animating. Like I've done animation before when it comes to just, moving very simple things or just like rotating or whatever. I've done stuff like that, but I had never put together a whole sequence of things. So that's when this came into play, which is the NLA editor, which if you do any animating in Blender, I really recommend using the NLA editor, because this lets you save everything as actions, animations as actions, and then you layer them all together, and then you can choose how they blend into one another, how often they repeat. You can change the frame rate of them. You can do so many different things that allow you to be more versatile with what you do. Because what a lot of people do, like people who are kind of fighting the software more than working with it, which I don't entirely blame people for doing that, because Blender is kind of overwhelming at times, is they'll take an animation. Like if I do where's like a really complex one, I think my entire where is it, the actual moth was wait, show me your rig. What did you do with it? Where'd it go? There it is. And then we go filter. I think this should be the most complex. I use like the crawling. I had to get the leg walk pattern accurate, and had to watch how things actually move, how like six-legged creatures move specifically. And it's interesting how like nature's found a particular pattern that they move in order to actually I guess, just be efficient with the movement of legs. Like I thought it would just be front left, front right, middle left, middle right, back left, back right. But instead, I don't know if I can, how I can show this, but like, if I do this, if I isolate everything down to just the legs. Oh, crying out loud, I forgot you have to, the controllers aren't actually a part of the legs. Okay, now I'll do hide everything. So the way they actually walk is, let's go frame by frame. Front left, middle right, back left, front right, middle left, back right. So it was a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be. And having to get the body to move along with it while still looking organic, I just had to artificially just wobble the torso around because just bugs have this sort of just this clumsiness about when they move. Their whole bodies are always just sort of shaking and wiggling around as they're walking along. You know, they're not going to be like a smooth and graceful, I don't know, elephant or something. I guess elephants aren't really known for, I don't know. Yeah, like the gait of them. So hello, ice break. Oh, and what the whole point I was going to show is that you, the way an animation looks can be really overwhelming if you try to do everything as one big sequence. Because some people will do their entire animation all in this point, where they'll go on and on and on, and it'll just be a dense, massive wall of keyframes. And I guess if some people, you know, they're more comfortable doing that, that's all well and good, but just know that there is a better way. There is a solution to making things look be more organized, and that is to use the NLA, otherwise known as the Nonlinear Animation Editor. And that's how this was tolerable at all, was by using this feature. And then to make things even more complicated, the graph editor is a tricky thing to understand as well, because it's like, I understand what it represents and I understand its value, but I have not been able to figure out a good way to really work in depth with the graph editor, because it's showing the amount of ease between everything, the interpolation, because keyframes are rarely just one point to the next. They're going from that one point to the next at a certain rate. And that's what's being represented. And that's what makes things feel real and alive, is by them having acceleration and deceleration. Because like no living thing has a perfect ability to instantly stop, like a robot or something. So like if you look at any slow motion video of someone moving, there's always like a slow bit of build up and then the action and then deceleration, slow down. It's like ease in, ease out, ease in, ease out. And that's like the key to making things look real. Hopefully when I turn my fan on, it's not going to be too loud. Okay, I don't think it's too loud. All right. Well, I'm at an hour. So I'm going to make sure to not save. And we're back to the cube. So in the future, I really want to do more 3D modeling and stuff and work on projects, because I like explaining what I'm doing. One of my, like, I love teaching people. And like if anyone in chat, if anyone's like trying to learn Blender or struggling with something, like I'm always down to answer questions. just like join my Discord or whatever, or just DM me or anything. I really like helping people learn stuff, especially when it's something that I feel like I know well. Oh, that's right. A Nightbot is in chat now because I had to add it for the charity thing I did. So now you can go exclamation point Discord. Wow. I'm now a modern day streamer. Also, Hoffer in chat, did you used to have TF2 in your name? I feel like you, unless I'm thinking of someone else. Ah, yes. So I do recognize you. I'd never guessed that someone with Galanga in their name would be eager to see Hammer Editor. All right, let me get it open. This is going to be tricky because the program does not like to be fully captured, so I have to display capture. Which I'm not a fan of display capture. You have a few thousand hours in Hammer Editor? Damn. I'll talk about my story when I get the program open. Okay, let me get because I tried capturing just the window, but then all of the properties and stuff wouldn't show up on stream. So otherwise, you would just only see like half the stuff that I'm doing. Okay. Don't think there's anything doxy happening on my desktop. All right, so yeah, this is Hammer for Half-Life 1. So we're using 3.4. I do technically have the original Worldcraft before it was Hammer Editor that came with the first release of Half-Life. I do have that somewhere, and I got that to work. And so let me explain what I'm doing here. I haven't used Hammer since like 2002. Well, Half-Life 1's Hammer Editor. So I'll explain my Half-Life story really quick. Half-Life 1 and 2, specifically 1, is one of the most impactful games on my life. And that's not, I mean, they're good games and everything. That's part of it, but it's mostly about what role it played in my life, which was to get into making mods for video games. So I was, 13-ish when Half-Life 1 came out in 1998. Was it? Yeah. Or I was 12 or so. And I really enjoyed the game and had fun, and I played a lot of Half-Life and its mods and everything. But then I heard that the game came with a level editor, and before then I had made levels for Wolfenstein 3D, and attempted to make maps or WADs for Doom, which I successfully made like a box. And also Marathon is another game that I might stream sometime, but it's also a childhood game, is Marathon. But when I got into Half-Life, and it was working in a whole different set of dimensions, because the sort of depth that happens in Doom and Marathon is like at the time was called 2.5D, but people kind of changed the definition of that because it wasn't real 3D. It was essentially a two-dimensional game using illusions to look like depth. So there's a lot of restrictions, like you couldn't have things overhang, like you couldn't stand underneath a platform. There could never be anything directly above you besides a ceiling or a sky. So they had to use all kinds of like smoke and mirrors tricks to make all that work. Um, so there was all that. But I really got into it and started making my own maps. And I had my own server for a while where I'd just have custom maps all the time. And sadly, I couldn't find any of these maps. It would have been fun to go and look at them again. I did make a bunch of Sven co-op maps that are still around that sometimes resurface again because I made like I contributed to a big Halloween Sven co-op map and things like that. And then I did eventually get into, Half-Life 2 and Source Engine Hammer Editor, and I learned how to use all that. And I used to make games that are all contained within the map in the Source Engine because the whole I/O, like inputs and output system, allowed for us so much complexity for actually like having gameplay elements. And I made like a custom TF2 map before there were TF2 server mods. I made one that was like a class restriction game mode where when you played the game, it would choose what classes are allowed and not allowed that round. And then you would have a round of it. And then once everyone was dead, it would reset and then it would scramble what classes are available again. And then you're stuck with those classes. But it was driven entirely through the level editor because it was just that powerful of a tool. It wasn't using any like outside code or anything. It was all just Hammer Editor. So anyway, back to what we're doing here. So this is Half-Life 1, so it's way more limited. And I know people are going to inevitably bring it up in chat, but there is a more user-friendly editor called, I think, Trench something that people use that's way more friendly, and it can be used for like Quake or any like BSP based environment. Trench Broom, yeah, there you go. Almost everyone seems to use that. But I'm revisiting Hammer here more so for my own trip down memory lane. If I were to actually put like a concerted effort into making a fun playable map, I would probably use Trench Broom, but I just want to kind of revisit what it was like back in the day. Like this program is what like inspired me to get into 3D modeling and to want to pursue game design and stuff like that. So this is, oh God, sorry, that was really loud. Let me put my alert sounds way down. Where do my audio levels go? They'll disappear. Okay, I think that's a lot quieter now. And then I'm gonna put this up a little bit more. All right. So a pro tip right away is that if you want to get this version of Hammer Editor for Half-Life 1 to work on modern computers, let me bring up the options here. So before you set up everything, you need to go through and fill in all of this stuff. And this is just telling the program where your installation directories are, where all the tools are, where to put the map, when it compiles, game configuration files, and all of this is sitting inside the Half-Life folder on Steam now. Like the modern day directories are a lot easier to understand, more accessible. But the big thing that I had to do that was preventing maps from compiling was the compile tools, because by default they're all in a program files directory, Steam, Steam apps, common, and I think there was like Half-Life SDK or some folder like that. But because there's a space between program and files, this ancient program from 2002 throws a fit if there's a space in a file directory. So I moved all of the compile tools, the CSG, BSP, VIS, and RAD, all to their own folder that is just directly on the drive and had an underscore between it. And I had to figure out this solution on my own. I kept trying to Google this for so long, and no one had the direct solution to it. Because the only error I was getting is it just said like invalid parameter. So what it was trying to do is it was trying to run it as a parameter, like this x86 program files directory. Let me click this real quick. Working at Hammer feels like you're switching between one axis at a time. Yeah, it's quite slow. Like, I'm so used to the speed of working in Blender that trying to work in Hammer is like, it's taking me way back in time. Curiosity, did you try wrapping it in double quotes? No, I did not. Do I have the original compilers? These aren't the very original. As you can see, they're QBSP2 and QCSG, which I think are slightly different. I'm not using Zoner's compile tools. I'm just using whatever came with the current editor. So this isn't like the true, authentic Worldcraft experience, but it's still old. I'm not using any extra stuff. Okay. So now we have all that. So we go back into here, and this is what it looks like. It was very common in 3D modeling software to just have, 4 viewports at all times that you're working in. And I did change an option to make the grid squares be dots instead of squares, because I thought it would be, it's easier on my eyes and not have harsh grid lines all the time, and it might not look as messy on stream. If an app complains about a space, try wrapping in quotes. Might fix it, might not. Yeah, that is good recommendation. But what's really fun is, if you've never done any stuff in editors before, to just look at the all the textures together. So like if you've just recently played through Half-Life and you're like, it's just like kind of going down memory lane, being like, oh, here's all the lab textures, and here's like you can see what resolution they all are, and you can see the names of everything, in the million different forms of concrete that exist in this universe, all different kinds of scummy concrete. Then you see a lot of like unused textures as well. And I actually downloaded a fully exported, where every texture in Half-Life 1 I have exported as PNGs. So I can put them in a Godot thing that I'm kind of half working on. Hello, Lord Sai. Yeah, I just have ads at when you first join, and then there will be no more ads from that point on. Hopefully to like reward people that have a long enough attention span to stay. All the different types of doors and items, and what you'll notice too is that like it's going to be really tiny. Oh, I should have set up. Does anyone know what the shortcut is for Windows magnifying glass? It's like, I tried Alt F4, it's not that, but it's like Windows key M or something, so I can zoom in on things. Yeah, custom textures and stuff. Yeah, I had to, Wally, the program, to turn it into a WAD file. I did do that back in the day. But well, what I'm trying to point out is that some of these textures have little special characters in front of them. Like all of these canyon textures have like a minus sign, which means that I believe it's makes it a part of a set so that I think on compile it will randomize or randomly choose one of the textures in that set to break up repetition when that's in use. And then there's stuff with alpha transparency, like you'll see bright blue. So you did transparency back in the day by just having something be a solid 255 blue. And then the left bracket on there indicates that this is an alpha transparency texture, so it knows to subtract that part when it's used. Then there's also an indicator for water textures, which is exclamation point, so it knows that water is going to be semi-transparent, possibly in warp. And then there was another symbol too, can't remember what it was. Oh, and then light. Oh, now you can type into the filter here too, so light. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So textures that emit light start with plus, and you have to set up a rad file. And it is a pretty rad file, but rad is the compile tool that renders light. And that was something that Half-Life 1 brought that was very new at the time, as it actually tried to recreate light bouncing, like radiosity, and it made the game look very distinctly the way it does with its shadows, and it was just really nice looking. But the .rad files will take any texture that has plus in front of it, and it will give it a light value so that if this texture exists in your scene, it will emit light. Otherwise, all of your lights are just going to be point lights, which aren't quite as realistic most of the time because they're just light emitting out of a impossibly small individual space. Or invisible point, I meant to say. All the Zen textures. Yeah, the Zen textures are some of the highest resolution in the game. Like, I think the biggest texture in Half-Life is 256 by 256, which is insane. Actually, maybe it's... Oh, wow, this one is actually 192 by 384? Which by comparison... Oh, here's 192 by 192. Most of the textures in the game are all 128. And modern game textures are usually like 1024. So they're fucking massive, mate. Or even 2048. 2048. Hello, Commander Skittles, welcome. Oh yeah, and there was that whole thing where the original texture artist for Half-Life 1 released a huge set of her like original reference photos. So it was surreal seeing the real world components to some of these like concrete textures. Like there was a reference texture for this crate. It's like, this is one of the most iconic images I've like ever seen in a game, is like this red crate. Like I so many maps use these red crates, and to see the reference photo where this came from was amazing. Same with all the like food oriented ones, like the vending machines and stuff were all based off photographs. Oh, here's a huge texture. 256 by 256. I think this is the biggest one. Quake did its lighting through only direct lighting. Yeah, that makes sense. Through like vertex lighting, stuff like that. So they have baked lights that bounce around and all that. Was really complex for its time. Which apparently when they moved on to Half-Life 2, they just completely redid all of the lighting stuff to make it work better. At least according to the documentary. Okay, so what I'm gonna do was just make a box. Wait. It's not. Okay, what are they called? The names are so short. Oh, that's right. They're more named by where they appear in the game. Where's my good old tileable concrete square? The source engine, everything is named longer and easier to find with like Half-Life 2's textures, whereas here they're all like such tiny names. I gotta find one of my favorite concrete textures. I won't be able to live without it. Okay, here we go. This guy right here. So, I always started with like the top view. Just make a... So you're creating a, it's called a brush. And then you bring it into existence and then go to textured view. And there we go. It's at the origin point. Now the thing with like BSP style level design is that you have to, everything has to be airtight or else you run into the error, often called a leak. And anyone who's worked in Hammer knows that you'll see the word leak, 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 leak in like in all capital letters when that happens. So that's why staying with the grid is really important. So I always like duplicate stuff relative to here. And keep in mind, like I haven't done any of this since like 2002. I'm just like going by memories right now. And that's the point of the stream, is just not to necessarily teach people how to do this, but for me to see, can I still do this? Oops, did I just delete my camera? Oh, okay. So I have a concrete box. And so this is what I'm talking about, like with, why is the, okay, with airtight is that, like this would leak if it looked like this. If a single ray of light can escape and go out into the void, then it screws everything up and lights just won't render at all. And you'll get the infamous full bright. Actually, I think Source Engine introduced full bright. But for Half-Life 1, I think everything would just be black. I think about it. So I realized I missed a bunch of messages and going back. And I read everything that you guys say in chat, just don't always have something to say about it. And I don't want to break up my train of thought here. Oh yeah, an important thing that Half-Life brought to the table is that it allowed for 256 colors per texture, which is why there's so much color diversity throughout the game, and it contributed a lot to Half-Life looking so iconic because of just the variety of different environments throughout the whole game. Whereas like Quake 1, they were limited to 256 colors for the entire texture palette of the whole game. Or per map, anyway, I think it was, which is why the whole game kind of has the same color all throughout because of the limited video memory. But now Half-Life was like, okay, we're going to require people to use texture, or we have to require people to have a video card in order to use all these new textures. Yeah, I think Quake 2 did also, but didn't, because like Half-Life is based off of modified Quake 1. And then Quake 2, well, it came off of Quake 1, but they're like their own branches, I believe, of that original code. So, yeah, I always hear that corrected when people are like, Quake 2 and Half-Life the same thing, when really they're not. They're based off the same original game, but I believe they're different branches. Like they started development around the same time, I think. Okay, so if I wanted to get really fancy, I could use some of the developer textures, which come into play later, but what were they called? Where's my friend, no draw? Wait, there's origin. No draw, are you there? Or is that Half-Life 2? Did 1 have no draw? Oh god, how am I gonna find it? No draw wasn't in Half-Life 1? Oh my god. I got into the habit with Source Engine where I would throw no draw onto the entire map and then would manually go in and texture everything. Alright, well, so let's apply this texture to here. So bring up the texture thing and apply. Oops. I have to remember how all of this goes, and it's going to be way out of alignment. So keeping things aligned was always a little tricky because there was a thing called texture lock. So like if you watch when if I move this entire room here up, notice how, oh, I already have texture lock on. Okay, notice how the textures stay in place while everything moves with it, which is what you don't want most of the time. So instead you have to turn texture lock on so that everything moves as you think it should. But I got to get it to be aligned better, so okay, I can select more than one at a time. And as you can see from the thumbnail, that the texture is supposed to be, this line is supposed to be kind of in the middle, so I'll have to shift it upwards. Or actually, wait, can I just do center? There we go. Okay, because you don't want to scale, because things are going to get blurred in ways that you don't want. And this isn't going to be pretty at all. I just want to get a thing working here. So to add a light source, I could just put a point light in the middle and call it a day, but I really like the way that lights that are based off of brushes look. Like these are called brushes, which are just like the geometric shapes that you're carving. Like this is brush-based modeling, where you introduce like a primitive and then you do things like carve like this. Or you can do the vertex tool and try to do it this way. Like snap it down like that. Please? Okay. But I always just got into the habit of just using carve as a little cleaner. So then now I'll take the light texture from earlier, apply it here, and I'm going to rotate 90 degrees. It's going to be really excessive. Actually, let me shrink it down a bit more, because right now I'm working at like a really large grid. Actually, I should have done this right away. Let's put a player in here to get a sense of scale. So these are entities, and they're just like the logic of the game. So like doing info. God, all these names are like ingrained in my head. It's going to be a single player thing, so I'll just do a regular player start. Why is its origin messed up? That player start was supposed to the origin at the bottom? Huh. Okay, well. And then decrease the grid size so I can work with more accuracy. And usually just want characters to float a little bit so they don't clip into stuff. So if I wanted to shrink this down, move it down here, like that. It's a little better. Okay. Catching up on what you all are saying here. Yeah, using no draw. Yeah, no draw is just like a developer texture that would immediately, or I mean, it just doesn't render anything. And it's less likely to conflict with like lighting calculations and just less likely to just cause problems in general. So if you tell your entire map to not render anything, and then you selectively place textures to tell it only render this, that's like a better way to go about it. Even though it does get a little overwhelming because it's like everything is bright yellow when it's all textured as no draw. Um, yeah, Lord Side is just kind of a pleasing thing with all these geometric shapes that work together so well. Not sure what's going to show up on my computer. I don't want you guys to see too much. Wink. Looks at camera. I'm going to save the file. I've told it to default to the Half-Life directory, so I don't know why it's going way back to the base directory. That's strange. And for people joining late, I'm talking quieter like this because I'm living in a different place than when I streamed all previous streams. And there are people trying to sleep right now, so I'm trying to stay quiet. Okay, I'm just finding my Half-Life directory, and I'm gonna save it in a folder. I even made a folder for these. I'm gonna call it Test Map 2. We don't talk about Test Map 1. All right. Oh yeah, there's a lot of developer textures that have different uses. Can't remember what skip was for. So this is the bare minimum. So gonna compile, and I remember back in the day that the compile process was so unbelievably slow, especially if you made a really big map. I would like leave a map compiling overnight, especially if I didn't have lighting set up right. Like, wait, does Half-Life 1 allow you to change the light map density, or is that a Half-Life 2 thing? Oh, that is 2. Because by default, Half-Life 1 just has a certain density to all of the shadows that it renders, but in Half-Life 2 you could increase that density if there's certain shadows that you want to have a more defined outline. I guess everything's going to be the same. So I'll say don't run the game, do everything normal. Then here's how long it maps compile in modern day. Boom, done. And this is where you'd look for problems. Like if I had a leak, hey, for demonstration purposes, let's all experience a leak together. This could be a bit traumatizing, but let's say you accidentally do this. And you're like, okay, my map is good. Let's just compile this. Like, wait a minute. Oh, leak. So you can see BSP, the process that is looking to see if everything is airtight, found a light leak. And I don't think I think it'll still compile. That's why it gives this information at the bottom, is because it's like, okay, it compiled, but there is a problem, and you have to see which compile tool had the problem. So now if we fix that, I mean, the real pro way to fix a leak is you do this. This is how you know you have decades experience mapping, is you put a big box over the entire map, and then you go, where is it? Make hollow, and then boom, your leak is fixed because now your whole map is contained in a box. It's the perfect solution. But in reality, you absolutely don't want to do that. Okay, so let's compile it one more time. That's why, like, if you're playing some random map in Half-Life 1 or 2, and you no clip and you realize, wait a minute, the entire map is just all in a box. It's because they got a leak at some point and they couldn't be arsed to fix it. Now, let us play. Also, thank you for the follow, Panda Sand. Much appreciated. Now you guys get to watch, or you get to look at my pro way of playing Half-Life. Come on, there we go. I think audio should be capturing. All right, so map, test map 2. 2. Oh, and here we are. Turn all the filtering off, so everything is as crispy as possible. And it's very low res. And here's our box. Now we can bring it to life. I mean, I'll do this in the editor too, but I can do and be like, oh, never mind. I forgot pre-caching is a thing in Half-Life 1. Never mind. All right. So let us return to the editor. So now let's say, first of all, it's going to bother me that this grid size is so big, so I want to shrink everything down. So let's say that I wanted to add another room to this. So let's make a door right here. Now you can't, oh, you could just use the carve tool, which I really recommend against using the carve tool because it tends to just butcher geometry and leads to all kinds of errors. So you want to make things more intentionally. So to make a doorway, I'm going to take this wall and I'm going to make room where the door would be. Put the other wall there, put the above the doorway there, and then I'm going to extend the floor to the next room. And let's get really exciting here, and this is going to be a hallway. So you can use the carve tool, but if you click it, you can just divide and not carve. So now this splits it. Okay. Way to contradict my statement. It's supposed to only divide. Like this will delete the red part, and this is supposed to just split it. Is that not? Oh, there it did it. That what? Did it? No? It just did nothing? Okay, well, how about we just do this instead? I try to work in somewhat even units so that like the textures work with you. Like, I don't know, something like this, I guess. And then let's make this ceiling a lot lower. So I'll take, this is about the height that I want the ceiling here to be. So I'll duplicate that over, drag that on top. And then let's make the hallway. So like if you're making big movements, you can increase, or big adjustments, increase the grid size to be a little more consistent in what you're doing. And then let's say, of course, stuff is going to be off the grid now because of this. Rotate. and take this again. Now, if you want to get real fancy, you can be a pro. Like, so instead of making your floors like this, where, you know, it works if your texture is is square. Like, you don't even notice the difference between these two things. But for example, what if, let's see if I can find a texture that needs to use a different method. Just reading what you guys are saying. Pre-baked light map, fresh out of the oven. Exactly. That's what I wake up to in the morning, is the smell of a freshly baked light map. All right. So I really am just gonna have to look through the textures. I'm gonna find one that has like a distinct pattern on the floor where it would be obvious. Ah, right away. Found one. So let's say that you wanted to use this. And it's going to be kind of ugly because it's going to clash with the other concrete, but this is for educational purposes, where if you wanted to continue this, like this detail of this metal trim, like first of all, I'll take, still trying to get used to the controls. You thought you had a lot in your taskbar? Oh yeah. I've added more things since my job started because they have a they have me use Adobe Cloud. And then I have a version of Maya now too, so I'm starting to learn Maya a little bit in addition to Blender. Okay, so if I select all of this and I'm going to move this texture over. Okay, left justify. Yeah, let's do left. Oop. And I know Trench Broom has a much easier way of doing all this rather than clicking, you know, one by one like this. Okay, so now that's aligned there. But I don't want it to show up over here, so I'm gonna have to cut it off. Wait, how big is this hallway? Actually, you know what? For simplicity's sake, I'll just leave it that small. So what was that, 2? Then 2. Okay. So where the problem happens is when you come over here, it's like all of a sudden, okay, these two aren't joining together well. So what we got to do is be really skillful, and you're going to cut this like so. Okay, let me go back around so that it goes like this, and then this one you move over and you cut it like this. So now, okay, they kind of looks, wait a minute. What do I need to do here? I think this might be the wrong side. Let me try. Keep in mind, I haven't used this program in 20 years or more. Okay, let's go back to reset and shift it over. Oh, I think probably because the better solution, now that I think about this, would be to have the trim as its own separate texture. Or, like, what if I mirrored this? Or if I do like 180? Hmm. Guess there's always going to be kind of like a weird gap like that. Well, I guess the thing I could do is do this. Then do this. Then you get out of there. Now then I'll add this in the middle and use the fill, the trimless version. Then duplicate this. So this doesn't need to be cut. I mean, normally if you're, if you have an idea for a map, you wouldn't worry about these details so early. Like you would lay out, like you block out the whole thing first in super simple details, and then you would go back in and do all this stuff later, but just for demonstration purposes. I'm just trying to remember how problems are solved earlier on. So then I can take these two things and reuse them here for the other side. Now, you have to be careful to not scale this, because now that I have that cut, if I was like, oh, actually I want to shorten this, and you look at what's happening over here, is it's scaling the cut, which is not what you want. So now you've kind of, from this point on, you have to do this instead. Okay, so now we got kind of a better looking transition here. Everything's still kind of ugly, concrete. Because you usually are going to do, like, if you want things to look good, you would choose textures that have multiple variants that can work with you. Like, if you look at all of these all have the same base background. And they have variations with extra details in them so that they all already kind of coherently work as a set. Like when you're new to mapping, it's easy to be like, oh, I'll just take this one texture, oh, I'll just take this other one, and just pick a bunch and then throw them all together. It doesn't look very good. But a lot of them have, built-in details that make things seem more like coherent, like an actual art direction. But for the sake of this, I'm just sort of just throwing whatever on here just to make something. Well, thank you for the resub, Audio Atmosphere. My #1 subscriber. I think this sort of pride of accomplishment I have from making a half-decent map due to how much work has to go into it. Yeah. I select a face in the texture tool, right-click another face. I believe you can apply the same texture align. Really? select a face, then right click another face. Well, I'll save first in case I screw something up. Oh, you're right. Okay, well, thank you. That'll be really handy. Okay, just to get this to be a compilable thing, I'll just throw some walls on here. And this will just be a dead end for now. Now, this is another, like, stylistic thing. Like, if you're mapping in this technique, some people will piece walls together like this, like I do, where they're aligned on their edges. I just think it looks cleaner. It helps you keep track of leaks and things. But some people will do it where it's like, you know, this will go over here. This will go over here. And then the ceiling will cover everything. Which, that's just too inconsistent for me. I just feel like I'd rather things are like this. Because none of this is going to even be rendered anyway. All the stuff on the outside is not rendered. So it's just really your own preference. I guess the trim would make more sense if it was in the doorway. I don't know. Well, whatever. Just for now, I'm going to do this. So I guess we could extend this out here. So we can use our newly learned trick. Oh my god, that saves so much time. Yeah, right-clicking the side like that. Oh no, things are already getting messy. Reading what y'all are saying. You consider the player hitbox falling out of bounds when building with different techniques like what you're doing. All I'm really doing is just referring to the player size here. Like, it's really rare that player hitboxes would clip outside of stuff unless there's like extreme situations like moving platforms and all of that. Like when this all renders or compiles, it's not going to, like, it's not even gonna render any of this stuff out here. It's all gonna just be blank. And that's part of the whole leak thing, is that when you have an airtight space, it knows that everything inside here is important and what's saved to memory. Oh god, I just noticed the inconsistency here. And everything that the player will never see just won't even be included in the render in the first place. That really does save a lot of time, that shortcut. So glad you told me. Alright, so I'll just do this. Oh, and I forgot that this was a piece up here, so that should actually go back up. So now I'll add some classic octagonal small spotlight-like things, which will be, I think they're 8-sided. So now when I make this, I change my primitive type to a cylinder. So this is going to start out huge. And then going to look for specific type of light, which is this one. Apply that. I'll fix it up in a sec, but actually I'll have all the other edges will be, I don't know what they are in actual game, but I'm sure Valve probably had some kind of consistency when they're like, oh, here's the filler texture that we just put on tiny details that no one will even think about. Like, yeah, generic. So what if I just make all the edges be generic? Then the only face that matters is the bottom light emitting face. But I want this to fit. Wait, it's not. Oh, it is centered, okay. But going to scale it down. And make it very small. And I'm going to place it over, actually I'll go scale it up again so I can get some clean increments. I keep trying to do the Blender shortcut of control space to maximize one viewport. Oh god. No. And I think this is another like thing you wouldn't know. Is when, I don't know which compile tool it is, but I think it's BSP or something, that the whole map gets cut into triangles in the end, because it still is just a 3D model, and a 3D model wants to be cut into triangles, but it does that relative to how you have other shapes set up, and shapes that touch. So because I have this tiny shape, actually let me get the 3D view, because I have this tiny little octagon thing. Why'd the texture get messed up? This touching this, it's going to cut all the way around. So it's going to be cutting and over complicating this whole shape, and it's going to look terrible because it's going to be slicing it up unnecessarily all over the place. And it's a part of the slicing is also for optimization, because it'll only load certain areas at a time, and when it breaks everything up into pieces, it's how they're called like viz leaves. It's like groups of things, groups of geometry that are rendered in and out depending on where the player is at any given time. So you don't want to give that more work than it needs to. So I think this will work. If I turn this into an entity, so you have point-based entities like the player spawn, which are just points in space. But then there's brush-based entities, which are, geometry in the world, but they also have special properties. There's one that's called a function wall, which is the most generic thing you can do. So by having it be this, by having special properties, the tool that goes and cuts up the whole world will now ignore this shape because it knows that it's not critical to cutting up the world. And I think it should still render light, even though it is now an entity. So if I were to copy this now to put like one over here, check if they're aligned. Yeah. And then put one over here. Might be kind of huge. Oh wait, it's not centered. Well, I mean, this is going to be a really ugly map no matter what I do. But anyway, I should be able to render this. Yeah, I mean, like, truthfully, you don't really have to do a lot of optimizations because we live in 2024 and like just about anything you make in this engine, a computer is going to be able to run as long as it doesn't crash. But it's just part of the craft. It's like you want to, for me, it's fun to go by, you know, the standards that they set back then. Not just be like, oh, whatever, computers can handle it, just throw anything at it. Oh yeah, function detail is what it would be in Source Engine. So I go back to this guy. Yes, this is the size of the window that I play Half-Life on so that I can keep it in 640 by 480. But for you guys, you're extra special. So I'll give you guys a bigger window. All right. Here it is. Okay, so it did render correctly. Nice. Oh god. This is out of alignment here. Let's do I don't know how I remember all of these, but there's a... Wait. There we go. I can fix the third person. God, I remember so many console commands from growing up with this stuff. There's like be further away. Be really gamer and up close. Then there's well, of course, FOV. Or is it all because I'm in third person? Oh, is it not gonna... Huh. That's weird.
Welcome to the HEV Mark IV Protective.
Protective what?
High impact. Atmospheric contaminant sensor activated. Vital sign monitoring activated. Automatic medical defensive weapon.
I love the long jump animation.
Activated. Munition level monitoring activated. Communications interface online. Have a very safe day.
Is there a wireframe toggle? I don't think Half-Life 1 has one. There was... Like, I don't... I guess you can outline stuff. Yeah, so this would be a kind of a good demonstration of if I had left that. Oh, cool. It even texture responds correctly. Actually, for the demonstration purposes, I should show you guys what happens. If I didn't make these all walls, function walls, let's do... Oh, how do I remove its entity status? Usually don't do that. Oh, move to world? Where's his ponytail? I think he has one. In Half-Life 1. And then he doesn't have it in later games. Okay, yeah, move to world. Okay, so for that one light... Let's compile that. And then look at the wireframe to see what happens. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Test map. It's always cool to have the word map in your map. There, this is what I'm talking about. So now that is all cut up like this, which is really ugly and undesirable, which is relatable. But whereas over here, it just left it alone. But over here, it's trying to cut everything up. Yeah, it's like an aperture. Okay, oops, wrong thing. Stop it. Now let's get really complicated. And let's make some AI. Wait, I don't want to use the A word in 2024. Let's add some NPCs. Turn this into... monster science... Wait, yeah. Stop beeping at me. So you can choose, like, which type of scientist do I want? Glasses, Einstein, Luther, or Slick? I'll just do random. And this is, you know, the very minimal system of, so the way that you do logic in Half-Life 1 is so different than Half-Life 2, where, in Half-Life 1, one object can have one target, and when that object is triggered, it will simply trigger whatever its target is. So the most simple explanation is like, okay, there's like a trigger box that when I walk into it, that box is targeting an NPC. So when that NPC is targeted, it tells it to walk. And that's like the full extent of complexity of scripting and stuff. There is like a thing called a multi-manager, I think, that will allow multiple things to be triggered at once, but then it gets really complicated. But in Half-Life 2, every entity has an entire chart of inputs and outputs where it can be like given, you know, 64 different possible trigger conditions. It can go on and to trigger 64 different output conditions. It just goes on. You can like make an entire game just in Source Engine's editor with the complexity. But Half-Life 1, these are much simpler times. So I'm going to have them face this way. And the real miracle here is going to be if I can remember how to do this. So let's just call it Psi 1. I'll have him wait for script. Well, first of all, let's just make sure that he loads.
A fellow scientist. I'll get my thought. Why are you leaving me here? Yes, let's go. I refuse to go another step.
So this is actually a good demonstration of
I
the...
suspected this could happen, but the administrator just would not listen. Glad to oblige a fellow scientist.
If I get too far away from a direct line of sight, the AI is just going to give up. So if I go like...
I'm going to stay here and wait for my colleagues.
But we can aid this. Oh, the sound effect Psi is from Windows XP alert sound, I'm pretty sure. Or is it Vista? Maybe it is Vista. So the way that pathfinding works in Half-Life 1, I think it still does it in 2 to an extent, is through a system of nodes. That Gabe Newell loves his nodes. So what we do is you manually place these things called info nodes, which tell the AI, reference this place when you're trying to find the player or another NPC or something. Stop it. Oops. Info node. So this has no properties. All it does is it just sits there. So as you can see from the top view, you want to place them in key changes in direction. So like the doorway. Put one down here. Actually, I think you do something like this. Then all the way down here. And then all the way over here. So this way, on any given node, it needs to be able to see another node so that when the AI is trying to pathfind, it'll go over here and it'll be like, okay, where am I trying to go? Okay, I could go any of these directions. I'll go here and then here. And it develops a node graph where the game will calculate every possible direction. So like if the AI is like, I'm trying to get up here, but I'm over here. How am I going to do that? The shortest route is here to here to here to there to there. And then it will tell the AI to go that way. So just by merely dropping these here, now the scientist will not get lost so easily. So let's compile this. Then,
Who would have thought you'd still be alive?
all right, so now...
Let's go.
Notice how he went to the middle of the door because he's following the nodes now. So let's say you get him right here in this weird, awkward corner. Then I go like, oh, I'm going over here. Now he's able to navigate over to me. But we can spice things up. What if there was a threat to the existence of this guy? So I think I can take this and then change the property to a zombie. It's gonna be facing this way. So now, all the AI shares the same nodes. Oh, you guys can't see what I just did. It's I just dropped a zombie in. Now I'm gonna reload.
Hello there. All right. Have I been that much of a...
Okay, that didn't go as planned. Well, the zombie can now find me. If I didn't have the nodes, he wouldn't be able to do this. He made Vinny sounds, yeah. Oh, look, he found his way over. Oh, you can see the node network? Oh. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Cool. Well, how do I... Well, does it just disappear on its own, I guess? Okay, let's recreate that situation.
Hello.
Hello?
My goodness.
Oh, wait, no target. I'm now just an observer. Okay, get out of view. Okay, now he's getting confused.
No! I don't want to die!
Okay, how about you come over here?
With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. I'll stay here.
Come on, dude. You're not supposed to see me. Here, let me reload the map. Yeah, because I think once it catches your scent one time, it will just won't let off.
Yes, let's go.
Okay, I guess he just must not have enough diversity in places he can go. I was hoping he would run around him, because if you don't have the nodes set up, they'll just like sit there and die, but they're also just sitting here and dying now in this situation too. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I used to, when I had my own server back in the day, I would do decal frequency 0 or -1. So now, sprays. Now there's no limit. We used to like paint pictures on walls with these. But you'd get so many sprays that it would start overriding all other sprays or other decals. Like if I what? How can I not remember what it's called? Is it not? Is it 9mm? If I type it wrong, it's gonna crash the game. Actually, I could just look in editor right now. I know you guys can't see this, but weapon. Oh, handgun, not just pistol. There we go. So, like, this was huge at the time. Like, having bullet holes in the wall was such an incredible thing. I was going from playing games like Quake, and then seeing bullet holes like this was amazing. But I can start making these disappear if I have enough sprays. Wait a minute, I think with the anniversary update, I think they increased the decal limit. Wait, what was it? It's like GL decal or decal. Because the Source Engine has helpful console commands that will like help you find other commands, but Half-Life 1 doesn't have that. Oh, MP Max? Or is it? Oh, decals. 10. Maybe it's too late now because I've placed so many. Well, whatever. You get the point. You were shocked that in Fallout 3 the bullet holes were 3D? Really? Like, was it like a... Did it... Was like a rise out of the surface? Or was it like a illusion, like a parallax map or something where it like looks like it's dug into the wall? Okay, let's go back to the editor. So what I want to do is I'm going to make a whole super elaborate scene. So I'm going to get rid of the zombie for now. And I'm going to do a scripted sequence. So first of all, I'm going to make the trigger. So the player will just approach this doorway. Oops, I forgot I left it on cylinder. I mean, you could fill the entire space. It's like a player could jump over it. And let's give it a trigger once. Okay, I'll go back to that later. And then I'm going to turn this into a scripted sequence. Let's call this sequence 1. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, sequence 1. And the target monster. This is another thing. Source Engine Hammer lets you look at a list of entities in your world and will fill in the gap for you, but back in the old days, you just had to remember what you named things. So this guy is Psi 1. I'm gonna go back to here and do target monster Psi 1 and just hope you don't make any typos. All I'm going to do is move to position. Let's run to position. And you're going to override AI. No interruptions. And sequence 1. And what's going to trigger sequence 1... Also, I'm going to make him face the player. What's going to trigger sequence 1 is this trigger... Sequence 1. Okay. Think. Welcome back, Inner Evil. Yeah, in general, just the Source Engine Hammer editor is vastly more helpful. Keep forgetting I have to like keep in mind what or how long my stream's going because I like other people are here. It's weird. I'm used to just working entirely on my own schedule all the time. Oh, and I'm gonna fix this horrible texturing error. Wait, was there a way to replace all? Oh, there is. Oh my god, I forgot this was a feature. So because things are similar dimensions, you can go in and be like, okay, let's find more exciting texture to put on the walls. How about one of my favorites, because it was used in Team Fortress Classic all the time. Well, the real question is, can I find it? I mean, you can also adjust this so that it looks like this. Actually, maybe this would be better. Just leave it like this. Actually, yeah, I'll use one of these. Okay, replace exact matches on everything. 67. Well, now that introduces a new issue because not all of my this room is slightly larger than usual, so I have to make a stylistic choice to make this a multi-part texture. Let's cut this right at the seam, which should be... Okay, actually, wait. First, let's make this a more standard height. Wait, what was the intended? Okay, yeah, the trim is at the bottom, and then... So, let's take all of these... and cut them right at this point. Why doesn't it... I could swear that was how this tool is supposed to work. Maybe it has to go through the whole thing. Or it should just cut without removing. Yeah, how about concrete? When in doubt, use concrete. It's so weird. Okay, well, these are all the same. I can just do this. And then duplicate it back up. I probably should have turned texture lock off. And then do align bottom. Now, I'm gonna look at a neighboring texture that might better fill in that space. Maybe this? No. Well, let's just see how it looks. Well, I'll fix that error, but... about this? Why is that not applying? It's weird why it's only doing some of them at a time. Yeah, I could, or Control R. Yeah, there was definitely a way to just slice and leave both sides. I just can't remember what it was. Forgot that I even had ambience playing in the background. Let me change that. The scientists. Classic. I refuse to go another step. He keeps taking steps just to tell me that he refuses to go another step. Actually, that texture wasn't too bad. I'll just leave this one and I'll align it to top. Because lighting really pulls everything together. So if it looks kind of bad in this view, usually lighting will help improve stuff. I think that's just a bug that I'm getting, why some of the axes are showing like that. And then I'll actually find a ceiling texture. I don't know if they're classified as their own thing. Oh yeah, there's this classic. Oops. What if I just do this? Okay, there we go. Got rid of all those problems. All right, so we changed a bunch of textures around. And we have the scripted sequence. Now let's see if it actually works. Probably won't. I'm sure I forgot something. Alright, well here's our new little room with the ceiling texture. Is he gonna run over here?
It's good to see you.
Oh my god, it worked! Oh, but he's floating. That's right, the thing has to be...
Fascinating. I never suspected such things could be.
Oh my god, it worked! Let's look at that one more time.
Freeman, I see you are in this mess too.
Holy crap, I did not expect that to work first time. Okay, let's fix the little problem where he... Yeah, it randomly chooses the scientist's body group, which changes its, like, appearance. Okay, let's make that aligned to the ground so he's not floating. Let's get real complicated. and make him say a specific line. I wonder if I can find that exact line. Make it so he runs in a continuous loop. I could also make it so that I remotely control the scientist. One of the old maps that I made in ancient times of like 2002 was a big series of buttons where I could steer a grunt around an arena. So it was like an arcade game, watching this grunt run around, and I could force him to run and hide from obstacles. So it was like a remote controlled NPC. It took a while to set up and it was really buggy, but okay, so I'm gonna add a scripted sentence. So let's do, I don't remember what the difference is between scripted sequence and AI scripted sequence. Oh, I think AI, it searches for an NPC and then just picks the nearest one to do the thing to. Whereas regular scripted, I think, will only work on one targeted one. I don't know, I could be completely misremembering it. Right, scripted sentence. Target Psi1. And this is going to be then 1. Oh god, all these unlabeled terms. Okay, interrupt, fire once. Delay before trigger. Let's have him. Okay, so I want the sentence to be spoken immediately when he arrives at his destination. So I believe when this target is fired, when its sequence is completed. So it will be Sen 01. And this is going to or no, like target. Okay, sentence time. Sentence name. I gotta find that. Okay. So now here comes the fun part of finding the sequence or the sentence that I want to use. So this might be really loud at first. I'll try to keep it quieter, but you never know. I'm just going to the Half-Life directory, common, because they actually, for Half-Life 1, it now comes standard with everything just sitting in the folders to use. It used to be that they were all in PAK files, P-A-K. And then I think Half-Life 2 uses VPK. So you have to get a special viewer to even access the files. But now everything is just sitting in the plain directory. Alright, get ready for some scientist noises. So you allow this, or GCF, yeah. Well, what was PAK? There was some game that used PAK. Yeah, the Tau cannon, TAU. That is like, I was playing some multiplayer Half-Life 1 deathmatch, and that is like the meta. If you're really good at it, you launch yourself around with the tile cannon or the Gauss rifle. You launch yourself around and you get instant kills with it, like in midair. All right, here comes the sound. Hopefully it's not loud.
Absolutely.
All right, that wasn't bad.
I suspected this could happen, but the administrator just would not listen.
But there's a specific sound. Where is it? Where is it? Uh. Here we go. I think this is it.
For God's sake, open the silo door!
There it is. Okay, so I'm going to copy that sound and go back to the editor. I think... Wait, let me turn off this. So it's target and target name. Sentence name. I don't know if it's just the wave file. Is it going to automatically know that it's going to be in the scientist directory? Well, this will take a lot of trial and error. So just leave everything as default and see if this works. It's going to turn ambience down a little bit. All right. Yeah, there we go.
Greetings.
No. Okay, so it wasn't that. So how about scientist slash? Might have to get rid of the wave.
You have one of the new HEV suits. That should be very useful.
Yeah, I don't know if that overrode the sequence. Let's see.
You are from the Anomalous Materials Lab. Yes, I recognize you.
Hey, can you stop talking on your way here?
A fellow scientist.
Yeah, I think it's just not playing. Okay, now I'll try. Wait, was that the directory slash scientist? Yeah. Try getting rid of dot wave. Yeah, he's not behaving. Gonna send him to the scientist crusher. What did Vinny say about abiotic factor? Lord Sai. Let's try this version and got rid of wave.
It's good to see you. All right. I'll wait right here.
I might have to look up the documentation. Search radius, sentence time. It's supposed to be maximum volume. Ridiculous cock rings. It sounds like something he'd say. Yeah, it's still trigger once. So that shouldn't be getting in the way. Oh, wait. I think, oh, you guys can't see this. I think the target isn't who says the sentence. I think speaker type is the name. Let's try that. Oh no, there's almost nothing that Vinny says that gets me feeling weird. I don't think I've ever been flustered on a stream before. I'm kind of like dead inside when it comes to internet like crudeness. Um,
Greetings.
okay, I'm gonna have to just look up the documentation on this because it's a Half-Life 1 scripted sentence. Ah, yes, and right away I'm getting very good information. Okay, the target is it triggers the entity with, okay, that's not what I want. Sentence name. Okay, speaker type. This is the name of the entity that says the sentence. It can be target of a specific monster. Oh, so I have to specify that it's a scientist that's speaking. Okay. Then sentence time is the duration in seconds before the monster becomes available for usage by a player. Once the sentence has started playing, game does not automatically calculate the duration of it, so you have to manually type it in. Search radius. So the speaker is, if speaker type is set to monster's class name, uh, this it will try to find a monster within the radius. The radius does not affect the search. Okay, delay. Okay, listener type. The name of the entity that the speaker will look towards while playing. Okay, but then how do I specify the target? Target is when an entity is activated, it triggers the entity with the name specified. No? I know this isn't very exciting. Me reading a wiki. Sentence play. Hey, back in my day, we didn't have a wiki tell us how things worked. We just had to cross our fingers and trial and error for hours and hours. How old is the Valve Dev Wiki? I have no idea. Okay, so listener type can be player. So I'll do that. Listener type player. To use specific sentence from sentences.txt. Oh, so it's not just a sound file? There's a sentence, a special name? Well, that's inconvenient. Hmm. Yeah, the wiki that showed up for me is the TWHL. That was like the first result. So I'm just going to search specifically, how do I make a scientist speak the line? All right, so oh my God, I just have to open this file. It's so weird. I wonder why all the sound files have a code that represent them, a sentence code, which is frustrating. And they're all like all capital letters and very short. I don't know if it was like just a limitation of the engine. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at real quick. I get paranoid when I have display view on, but I'm looking at sentences.txt, and all of these have groups of things together. So I think the whole point of this is so that they can group multiple um multiple sounds together, which makes sense. So what I'm looking for is scientists. I'm looking for C1A2. Actually, I'm looking for silo. There it is. Okay, SC silo 1A. So that was the problem, is that I needed to use a special code name and not just the sound file. Stop it. Silo 1A. Scientist. All right. Wait, what does interrupt speech do? Let me check. Make sure I'm not accidentally overriding. If enabled, the affected talk monster will speak the sentence even when combat or in combat state or other speakers are talking. This is required if you want to make a talk monster with gag flag speak. And if you want them to talk even without a player present. Good to know. Well, it said that I think the exclamation point is only needed if you want it to select a random sound from a group. Well, I'll just see how this goes. All right. So finally back to this, and let's go.
Hello there.
Have anything to say?
failure of this magnitude is extremely improbable.
True. The speaker type is scientist. SC silo A. After I get this working, I'll make something more entertaining. I've always wanted to get a scripted sentence to play. Um, oh man, found a console command that might be fun to mess with. But I will stay on task before I do that. Okay, so exclamation point. Okay, to use, which is normally the case, add a exclamation point prefix to the sentence name. Oh, okay, I think you are right. I thought it said, wait, to select a random sentence, omit the exclamation point. Oh, okay, so I'm adding exclamation point. And let's try this.
Freeman, I see you are in this For God's sake, open the
Yes.
silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Nice,
Who is
nice, nice.
responsible for this mess?
Now, I wonder if I can...
Do you
Wait,
still say there's nothing to chaos theory?
I could make this funny. So what I'll do is I'll make this repeatable and driven by a button instead of a trigger. So I'll get rid of the button. I mean, get rid of the trigger. And do... Okay, so let's put a button here. I'm gonna put the ambient sound back up. Um, let's try a new track. This one's called Those Days Are Over. Okay, so I'm going to fit. Good enough. So I'm going to turn this... Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to turn this into a button. And now this is going to trigger the sequence. Now, buttons have a lot of settings. Let's do access granted sound. Delay before reset. 2. Actually 1. Delay before trigger, none. It's not locked. It doesn't move. Oh, that's right. I've got there's like a master system in here too. Or like disabling groups of things. Health if shootable, speed. Okay, so that should be all I need. Sequence 1. So let's just make sure this works before I get real comedic with it. 'Cause everyone knows me for being really funny. Here he comes.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Can I do it again? Okay, I think I might have told it to only do it once. Let's see if I can have it repeat. Override, no interruptions. Repeat rate. Oh, repeatable. So sentence, I think, it will always be repeatable because it's driven by something else. Okay. So now I should be able to have him keep going.
You are from the anomalous... For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out! For God's sake,
there we
open
go.
the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out! I don't suppose you'd reconsider.
Oh wait, I should be able to move
With my
him
brain.
and he'll run back to there again.
Excellent team. Why are you leaving me here? For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our own...
Actually, I'll make it so it is interruptible. So making it interruptible should be very comedic.
Ah, you have one of... Lead the way. I'll wait. Yes.
Oh, did I break it? I broke the
I
sentence.
certainly hope you know what you're... I'll wait right here.
I'll use the old gold source trick. You can use buttons through walls.
Well, there goes our grant money.
He comes up with a new line each time. He's a performer on stage. Actually, you know what would be funny? I'll do something real quick. I won't show you guys what I'm doing. Well, let me just make a little tweak to what's happening here. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Uh-oh.
Why are you asking me? Absolutely.
Guys, you're all late for your scene.
Yes. But I don't suppose you reconsider.
Oh, I don't think I can have more than one tied
Who
to
would
a
have
single
thought you'd
sequence.
still be alive? I certainly hope you know what you're doing. Yes, let's go. I'll stay here. Oblige you, fella. This is as far as I know I'm here. Let's go. I'll wait. I'm slowing you down, am I?
Yeah, I think only one can be attached to it at a time. Darn. So I'll shift to doing a little bit of something else map related. How about there's a whole bunch of prefabs that come with Hammer Editor, and I think a lot of them just weren't ever used. But they're kind of nostalgic to look at because it ended up being things that a lot of people used in their their early custom maps. So I'll increase the size of this room here and then just drop a bunch of prefabs around and just see what we can find. So these are all the things on the side here. So when you see primitives, but then there's computers. Let's see how many of these were actually used. All right. It's like a old server. All of these are going to have to become function walls. Otherwise, they'll cut everything up badly. Okay, then it's the same thing facing different directions. How about tan computer? What do you know? It's a tan version of the same thing. Steel computer. And it's a steel version. White computer large? Oh my god. This is a whole elaborate thing. Okay, let's get rid of these guys. What all is going on here? Oh, I bet these are a bunch of beams. Let's just compile the map with this. Actually, wait. Please tell me these are all function walls. Oh no, they're not. Okay, let's do this real quick. Yeah, I don't need to make them function walls. Well, okay. Let's just see how it looks without it first. Now, all of these I think are going to be beam effects. Oh, sparks. Isn't there a shortcut to open entity properties from the preview? Alt enter? Well, that's annoying. It's mostly just a bunch of sparks, and I think these are going to be targets for beams. Yeah. Yeah, double click doesn't work. That was my instinct. I think that's a source engine thing. Yeah, let's just compile this. Man, that took half second longer. Unbelievable. All right. Okay, well here's... Okay, I think I need to trigger a sequence for it to work. Yeah, we need to get it down to 0.25 seconds. Okay, so I'm guessing there's a multi-manager somewhere. There's the beam. Can't remember if there's like a view to just see everything in a group, so I don't have to click individually like this. Wait, do these even have names? Oh, they do. Okay. Which leads me to think that there's gotta be some kind of manager that will cause all these to start. Sparks. Well, I might be able to just make my own. Oh, how are destructive surfaces like the computer banks and stuff created? It's just like all the other stuff I've been doing here. Like if I were to make a wall destructible, I would cut the piece to be separate. And then just like when I made the button, when I went to tie to entity, I would tie it to a breakable object instead. Like I could just throw something in here real quick, just be like, I want this to break. Tie this to entity, change it to breakable. I want it to be made of cinder block. You can make it explode. Yeah, it looks like they're made of MIDI devices. Okay, this is like bare minimum. Let's just break break that thing real quick. Oh, I just realized you guys weren't seeing what I was doing. Okay, let me go back. Actually, I'm loading the game now anyway, so... Alright. There we go. But the thing is that because that's an entity and it has properties, it has to exist within the world. So I can't like break out into the void. It has to, you know, be within the airtight place. Oh, Walter.
A fellow scientist.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
All right. So I'm gonna make a multi-manager, which will allow me to trigger lots of things all at once. And all of these seem to be named Comp 1, Comp 2, Comp 3. So I think it's called, where is it? Multi-manager. Oh, great. How did this all work again? Oh, it's like info. Wait, multi-source? Info target? No. I'll trigger relay. Change target. Oh yeah, that's right. You can make a third person. Like you can make a cutscene. I guess Half-Life did have a couple cutscenes where it's like when he gets beat up and dragged, so your camera leaves your view for a moment. Trigger relay. I could swear all I needed was that manager thing. Unless I'm thinking of Source Engine. Let me look this one up real quick. Multi-manager. Okay, how does this work? To add targets, click... Wait, is this... This might be source, not gold source. This seems too complex. Oh, it can only be used when the smart edit option is disabled. Okay. To add targets, click add and enter the name, the value. Okay, has a limit of 16. Well, funny thing with Smart Edit is like, I used to play on servers that ran Entcraft. And there's also Entmod, where you could just fool around with map properties in real time in servers. And I used to turn Smart Edit off to get all of the actual like code names of things so that I could be moving walls around and creating all kinds of complex stuff in servers in real time. So that I have memories of like writing down on paper the names of all the different things. The only thing I'm confused about here is it says, okay, I have to manually add targets, but then how do I name the targets? Yeah, this was all like before Gmod and before all of that stuff. It was like really ahead of its time. Okay, to add targets, click add and enter the name of the target entity in the key, and then the delay of activation is the value. Oh, okay. So we're back. So the name I will call just comp mm. So I turn off smart edit and I go comp 1. Let's do 1 second delay between each one. Oh. Comp 1, 1. Comp 2, 1. Comp 3, 1. I don't even know if there's a 4, but I'll do it anyway. Hey, what if there's a 5? I'll do a 5. Oh, that's right. If I want them to go into sequence, I think I have to increment it myself. So 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So there's that. Then I'm going to make a button to trigger this one too. So drag this over. Now this button is going to target comp mm. So let us hope and pray that this works. Oh yeah, the console in Source Engine is so much more useful than Half-Life 1. Like, I used to just use like the ent commands, like ent fire and ent rename, and used to make like complex interconnected things. And it was so nice to be able to troubleshoot problems in the console. I could force things to trigger and it wouldn't have to keep recompiling the map and all that. All right. So we have a new button. Let us hope that it works. Hey! So it turned on some beams, sparks. What if I do it again? Okay, the sparks stopped and the textures turned back on, but the beams keep going. How cool. What's even cooler is this.
It's good to see you.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Lead the way.
Alright, well, now we know what, what this whole thing does, and we learned something in the process. So now to get rid of this whole deal is a thing on its own. Actually, I'll leave that there. What other interesting sounding ones do we have? That was computer large. Here's medium. Okay, this is just that. Doesn't have any scripted stuff going on with it. Yeah, we're never gonna know where these silo doors are. Oh, that's right. I forgot you have a phone that takes 3D pictures. I actually really like the features, that kind of feature when phones did that back in the day. It was a really short-lived thing. Now I just manually take 3D pictures by like stepping to the side a little bit before taking it. It never gets lined up quite right because I can cross or parallel my eyes really easily, so I just mix two pictures together to see the depth. Alright, so here's a bunch of crates. Here's the weakest crate. Here's weaker crate. Medium. Strong. Oops. Stronger. Strongest. Breakable stack. Oh yeah, I see these in TFC. A lot of them. Hollow broken crate. Invulnerable. Pushable. Machinery cage. Oh yeah, it's like a kind of generator looking deal. I recognize all these. Blue machine. Speaking of generator looking things. Sandbags. Pushable barrel. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Explosive crate. You know where I'm gonna put this one? No particular reason, it's gonna go over here. Okay, then there's a whole bunch of other things. Alright, let's have the crate experience real quick. I think these should all already be, yeah, pushable and stuff. Okay, cool. Let's compile. We got boxes. Oh yeah, and for the anniversary update, they actually made the push physics be reasonable. Gone are the days of barely nudging a barrel and it flings it at the speed of light across the room. That's the thing, that when you're baking lights with these things, that usually they're they're put into a light box because the shadows will stay baked onto them. That's cool. Surfing. So now wherever it goes, that shadow is going to be there. So usually put it in a box where it has ideal lighting conditions and then teleport it to where it's supposed to go. So now all of these have weird shading as a result. Oh, that's right. If I give myself the suit.
Welcome to the
Flashlight.
HEV Mark IV Protective System. High impact reactive armor activated. Atmospheric contaminant sensors activated. Vital sign monitoring activated. Systems engaged. Defensive weapon selection system activated. Munition level monitoring activated. Communications interface online. Have a very safe day.
You played Half-Life Source? That's unfortunate. I mean, Half-Life Source is known as being like the worst version of Half-Life 1 to play. Because it was intended just to show modders that you could port your Half-Life 1 mod to 2. So they put very little effort into actually polishing it up as being Half-Life remastered or anything. So as a result, it's so jank and horrible looking. Alright. Oops.
Ah, Freeman. I see you were in this.
For God's sake, open the...
Alright. So that was the crate experience. The Half-Life will make use of the suit's radio. No, I think when Alex talks to you in Half-Life 2 and Nova Prospect, I think she's connected to your suit directly, because it sounds like very radio-like instead of, you know, echoing over the whole facility. At least I think it's supposed to be speaking within the suit. Oh, what I was gonna test is apparently you can pitch shift sounds played in the console. All right, you gotta try this. Oh, wait. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
No?
Hello.
Is that not it? Oh, okay. How about
Hello.
maybe it only works within scripts. Or let's do ass.
Ass.
Then do P50.
Ass.
No?
Ass. Ass. Ass.
Well, we can do
My weed is.
sorry.
My weed is 10 meters.
Okay. Well, I guess you can't pitch shift it within the game. I could swear there was like a server mod that let me do it at some point. Gonna get rid of all this junk. Oops. Here's the classic couch. Oh, but it's untextured. Why? Oh, come on. I don't remember them being untextured. Huh. I don't remember this being used anywhere. Random objects. Oh, here's probably the actual ones. Here's the textured version. Nice. Classic couch. This was used in so many maps. Then we got the armchair. Old desk. Trash bin. God, these all bring back memories seeing these. Oh, that's right. Isn't function vehicle in this game? Or in standard and Half-Life now? Metal shelves. Surge machine, which I'm pretty sure they had to change that texture. Oops, so it's just enjoy. Usable objects. Supply ladder. And we got the suit charger, retinal scanner, big emergency light. Interesting. Yeah, let's see if I can figure out function vehicle, because that's something that I haven't actually ever used. Let's turn a crate into a vehicle. Let's use this guy. Function. Oh wait, maybe I don't have the latest FGD. I don't. So function vehicle isn't in my game configuration. I can at least do a train. So we'll do track train. And I think I have to use the track tool for that. I don't have any memory of how to use this tool. Because I think you can just do... You can manually place the nodes that it moves. Do path track. Path track, or path corner. So let's do P1. The next stop is P2. What speed are we moving? New speed? Rotation speed? So let's start over here. And then let's make it, just go over here. That's going to be P2 to P3. P3. P4. Let's just stop over here because lazy. P4. And that will be the end. Actually, let's make this go back to the beginning. To P1. Have I seen Half-Life 64 from Simple Flip's crossover thing? I did see it. I think Vinny did a run of the game. It was really well made, I remember. And you can like shoot Toad. Yeah, I always like all the props and just random things. People are so creative with how they were used. Like I remember we had a whole in Half-Life 2 deathmatch before Gary's mod and everything. We had a server where we used to we had like a trade economy where different props had different values, and we would like set up bases with fizz objects, and we had a custom server mod that let us freeze physics objects in place. So we'd use fences and stuff and build entire fortresses, and then we'd collect props and we'd like steal them from one another and all that. Oh, hey Ortho, welcome. Nice to see you here. Say like, oh yeah, I guess it's almost like noon EU-ish time. Just making maps, fooling around in the half of life. So I think if this is track train, I think gonna need, okay, initial speed. This always had so many settings. I think it's like initial speed is gonna be 5. How about 10? First stop target is going to be P1. And get rid of that flag, don't need it. And the name of the train is just going to be train 1. Then I think I have to create a little trigger box over here to act as the control. So I'll put that in front. That is not what I wanted to do. I have to go back to primitives, block. We go to here, put that there, and it disappeared. Why is it disappearing? Why you do this to me? Block. There we go. Lower the grid a little bit. And let's just make it float above. So then this, tie this to entity, do wait. I think it's train controls, track, tank controls, train controls, train name, train 1. I think that's everything I need. Sound, rail 1, height above track. Just leave everything as default. Speed. Oh, okay, get rid of initial speed. Alright. And let us pray everything works. Ignore all that. Oops, I left this in here. Oh. Okay, why did my controls disappear? Hello? What is going on? Oh! Why is it so... Oh, okay. It's like off center, that's weird. Okay, to make this easier, how about I just... Sorry. How about I just make it a regular train instead of a track train, just so I can see it move. Oh yeah, they changed the price of subs. That sucks. It's more expensive for everyone. So everything else should be the same. Move sound, it's big elevator 1. Stop sound, big elevator stop. Angular velocity, the contents. Okay, I don't need to mess with any of this. Still train 1. Okay, let's get rid of that. And then I'm going to make it triggered by the button on the wall. Yeah, I know you guys can't see. I just did it to... I thought it was going to be a really quick change, but now... We're back. Okay, so now the train... Okay, it moved. It's at its start destination. There we go. Hell yeah. Uh-oh.
Greetings.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only...
Okay. I think I messed up the pathing. The train has arrived. So this should be P3 to P4. Did I not name P4 correctly? Oh, I didn't. It's gone entirely. Where did it go? P4, P1. All right. And let's change its modifier for speed. I mean, that's a pretty cool sound. Let's try Big Elevator 2. And it's going to sound like Big Elevator 2. And let's make the speed twice as fast. Okay. Let's get our friend in position.
Hello there. I certainly hope you know what you're doing. I don't suppose you'd reconsider.
Now,
Let's go.
what an amazing little map we have here.
Have I been that much of a burden?
Ow, ow.
Get one of these blood samples? Yes. Let's go. I'll stay here.
Wait, what if I'm in the way?
No! Stop!
Well,
Well, that's what happens. Well, that was fun. All right. What an unbelievable map. I just remember that yeah, I'll save this. This whole system, or this SDK, comes with one of the actual Half-Life 1 maps in Hammer Editor form. So let's take a look at an actual Valve-made map in the editor. Ooh, they even included the best one. Here is the map. So here is C1A0. This is my most memories associated with this map, because this is where you first get blown away by all of these NPCs walking around doing stuff, saying things. So here's all the triggers. It causes things to happen. Here's the light sources, and Here's like, you know, the button press that causes the calamity. Oh wow, it actually slows Hammer down. Just trying to load the complexity of this map. You can actually look at the names that Valve used. Buzzer Light Sun, or Buzzer Lights on MM. Which is, you know, causes the lights to go off. So we can get a bootleg ass version of this map, recompile it, and then I'll sell it for money. I'll get rich for making sequel to Half-Life. It'll be Half-Life 2. So let's call this one C1A0 Real. Let's just compile it. Let's see how long this would take. So normally, back in the day, this would take easily hours to compile everything. Now let's see what 26 years difference in technology goes, or how it has an effect on you. Right, here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did it finish? For some reason it closed. Oh, here it is. Uh-oh, it's already bad. Oh, wait, you guys can't see. It's like the lighting's off.
Hey, Mr. Freeman. I had a bunch of messages for you, but we had a system crash about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files. Just one of those days, I guess. They were having some problems down in the test chamber, too, but I think that's all straightened out. They told me to make sure you headed down there as soon as you got into your hazard suit. So can we do this? Can we? Catch me later, will you? Hey, stop
What are you
that.
doing?
Come on, Gordon. You trying to get me into trouble?
Pretty sure this won't work. Oh, it does. Uh-oh. It's gonna be very confused. I think it crashed. Oh. Oh, I don't have the thing called a landmark that you have to have set up in order to smoothly transition between maps. Oh god, not even NoClip is working. What is this map? Okay, so this is the real one. Well, quote-unquote real.
Hey, Mr. Freeman. I had a bunch of messages for you, but we had a system.
Yeah. The name is different, so a lot of things are going to be broken. And the lighting is just slightly off with everything, too.
Good morning, Gordon. Do you think we should delay?
Sorry, I'm on duty, Mr. Freeman. You got the wrong airlock, Mr. Freeman. You know I can't let
So I think the reason the lighting is off is because of the file I was talking about earlier called, it's called like half-life.rad,
Are you
which
100%
defines
sure that theory of yours is correct?
which defines all of the lighting values of texture lights.
Please leave me alone until after the experiment.
Would be really cursed to do. What if I just change all the textures? and make my own alternate universe version of C1A2. We have like an automated way to do this. Because you can click on here and say replace. But it needs to be same resolution. Resolution. Now the G-Man never closes the blinds. I think he, in opposing force, he shuts a window or something like that. I don't think he ever does anything like that in regular Half-Life. Okay, well, let me check what the resolution is. Okay, it's 128 by 160. Why is it such an annoying resolution? Great, now is there anything close to that that I can replace it with? Um... Okay, what's like a very different texture to use here? How about these? But they're rotated, so I'm gonna have to rotate it back. Let's see how this goes. And then do 90 degrees. No? Oh, great. If I have to manually correct all the textures, that's gonna be more trouble than it's worth. Wait, let's go back. Has anyone ported the Xbox Counter-Strike story to PC with the updated engine? Are you talking about Director's Cut or whatever it's called? The Counter-Strike story mode? How about this? What? No, that's not what I wanted. I said take... Oh, yeah. Now replace. Okay. It's a little better. So then I'm going to take this, replace this with... How about that? Then oh, Condition Zero Director's Cut. That's what it was called. I actually have that, and I played through a bunch of it, and I thought it was pretty fun. I don't think anyone was like wanting a single-player Counter-Strike experience, but it was all right. I remember it made a lot of use of pre-rendered physics, because I remember it was like, you know, Gold Source. It had some really physicsy thing going on. Physicsy things. And it was because they would render all the physics in like 3D modeling software, and then it would just be an animation that plays in the engine. Okay, where's the rest of these? Maybe this would be good. That's good enough. And this is gonna have to be generic rust with no trim, which I don't know if that is a thing. Well, maybe it is. Okay, this is going all right. Yeah, it's a shame that just like the Counter-Strike community just always hated the hostage rescue modes. Like I never even gave them a chance. Just completely ignored for the bomb mode. Okay, now I gotta figure out an alternative to these. So it has to be still kind of brownish, but it can't have the same trim. Maybe this will be good enough. It's too easy to kill the hostages. Yeah, like a game would just be over. Trolling. Or even if you couldn't friendly fire, I feel like people would still ruin it pretty quick. And now let's make this one. This is the floor texture. Actually, no, let's do more concrete. Yeah, Half-Life Decay is still the only Half-Life, official Half-Life thing that I have not played in any form. I've played mods that use the models from Decay, but I've never played the actual thing. Wow, after all that, and I had the wrong thing selected. Oh, you finally replaced your 970. Nice. I was amazed that it was still kicking. Oh, he got to play it on his modded PS2. It always looked pretty fun. Like, I always prefer cooperative mods over other things in Half-Life. That's why like I have way more hours in Sven co-op than any other mod probably. Wait, what am I replacing? Oh, the door. I think there is a more rusty version of this door texture, if I remember correctly. Where? Oh, here it is. I was right. It's because Team Fortress Classic used that for red team versus blue team had the cleaner one. Well, let's just see how this looks so far once I like render everything. Yeah, I remember when Steam was introduced. People were like, no one's gonna want to use this. No one wants to download games. Yeah, everyone hated it at first. Aha! Alternate. This is the Silent Hill version of
Hey,
Black
Mr.
Mesa.
Freeman, I had
Oh,
a
I
bunch
missed a
of
desk
messages for you, but we had a
texture.
system crash about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files. Just one of those days, I guess. They were having some problems down in the test chamber, too, but I think that's all straightened out. They told me to make sure you headed down there as soon as you got into your hazard suit.
Yes, silent. Wait, Mesa Silencio. Alright, how about... I know a way to make this even weirder. Well, first of all, I gotta change this desk texture to be grittier. Yeah, my Half-Life 2 disc required Steam to play, and Valve even talked in their Half-Life 2 documentary, which is really good, by the way. They talked about how it was one of the riskiest decisions they ever made was requiring people to download Steam to play their upcoming game, but they just knew that people wanted to play the game enough that they're going to be willing to deal with this very strange ask of their fans. Use this. Alright. But what I can do here is either texture-based lights is what if I replace all the lights with a more yellowish tinge Let's use these lights instead. So that's going to completely alter everything. And you know what? I'm going to change the sound effect that the doors make in the intro here, because it's always been so loud and annoying. What if I just swap it to a different sound? I now got to find what is actually making the sound. Servo sliding, that sounds like it. Let's instead make it sound like squeaky one. That's why it's so loud, is that they have two identical sounds overlapping. No, wait, four. So now we're going to have squeaky one is going to be playing 4 times in our ears at the same time. Look forward to that. And let's make the doors themselves make a different sound too. How about let's use, instead of pneumatic rolling, let's do track door. Okay. Wonder what I could replace with the screens, or any like close equivalent. I don't think there's going to be. I think Combine would have taken over Black Mesa. Well, according to like episode 3, what could have happened is that the Combine were interested in Aperture Sciences Borealis. So, and well, actually, they absolutely would have taken Black Mesa, because one of the big story points of Half-Life 2 is that the Combine want the human teleportation technology. Because Combine can go across worlds and galaxies and stuff, but they're bad at precisely landing in like localized teleportation. And they're trying to steal Eli's tech, which is the tech that's being tested at the very beginning of the game. So yeah, I think they absolutely would. But it's always up for debate about, like, is opposing force canon? Because, opposing force does a pretty big thing to Black Mesa that would change everything if it's considered canon. I don't think there's really any acknowledgement of it, of the events of opposing force in Half-Life 2 or Alex that I'm aware of. I don't know if I want to integrate any Zen textures into this. Oh, hey, Mr. Floyd. Wait a minute. Aren't you like a mapper in the Half-Life community? Your name sounds very familiar. I'm mostly just taking a trip down memory lane, because as a kid, I was like a teenager in 1998. Well, I was like 13. And playing with Worldcraft at the time was a really formative experience for me, because it inspired me to get into just modding and just art in general in games. So this is my first time revisiting Hammer Editor in Half-Life 1 anyway, in a very long time, like 20-something years. So now I'm just kind of fooling around and trying to see if I can remember how to make things again. And I'm aware of trench broom and all that, but it's just something about using the classic tools again just feels so nice. So right now I'm found that the STK comes with oh, that's screws it up too much. SDK comes with C1A0, so I'm just going and retexturing it all. Let's see what it looks like so far. And I just love how it compiles in seconds. Used to have to leave these things compiling like overnight and come back later. And I play Half-Life 1 in crust mode with everything is very low res, and I turn all the filtering off in 640 by 480. Okay, it's a wooden door. Wooden door squeaky.
Hey, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, so these
I had
lights
a
didn't
bunch of
even
messages for you,
render.
but we
I
had a
had to
system
choose something
crash about
else.
20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files. Just one of those days, I
So I
guess.
think I'm gonna have to
They
choose a
were having
different
some
light,
problems
and
down
most of this is still untouched over here. Yeah, I gotta change some of the sounds over here to make them a little bit better. I should try using Jack. It's like Hammer except more stable. Yeah, I haven't had any instability in Hammer so far. I mean, I guess it is kind of laggy, like just moving around here is really lagged. I mean, I can deal with it, but in general, I haven't had any like really bad issues. Jack is just like Hammer if it wasn't 25 years old, or feel like it's 25 years old. Yeah. Surprised how many like alternate editors there are out there. It's really cool. Okay, what if I make these all this yellowish light? What if that's gonna be enough? And then what was the deal with these sounds again? What is this guy? Okay, that's the stop sound. I don't think this has any movement noise. Wait, message if triggered, severed head goes here. How come I have no memory of this being in the game? Severed head goes here? Weird. Okay, squeaky one isn't the way to go. Let's do track door. Oops, that's not what I want. It is cool to see, like, okay, so that's why this is so extremely loud when you play the game, is because there's 4 simultaneous rotating brush entities that are all playing the same sound at the same time. They really should have just had one, like, ambient sound in the middle. Just reading what you guys are saying. Mine show up due to resonance cascade. I think subtext of HL2s, they don't exactly know what they're looking for. Yeah, the way that Mark Laidlaw in the documentary was talking about it is that it was like this idea that after the events of Half-Life 1, that like the galaxy is signaled that there's a flourishing planet full of resources that's here for the taking, and the Combine were just one that happened to get here first and just wanted to like reap the resources that are available, like our water and our oxygen and the life forms, and just take everything it can from here, as if it's just kind of like a regular occurrence in their life, to just go from one galaxy to the next. what if I got rid of these lights? Let's see. Just like really subtle ambient contributing lights. Let's get rid of these. I want it to be like a more stark contrast between everything. Let's replace these with different lights. Oh, true. Yeah, they have the sounds linked to the door so that it's synchronized. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Replace with these. I mean, I'm not trying to make this really look good or anything. I'm just kind of practicing. Should I replace this whole sign with what else is there? Can I just do sign? Leave that alone for now. So what am I going to replace the lab aesthetic with? Replace the concrete bluish ones with rusty silos. Now, maybe this should be more of like a tiled concrete. Like this. Yeah, that's nice. TNNL. Yeah, I gotta get used to all these like shortcuts for sorting through textures. Oh, I didn't realize they actually cut this wall up to get this formation of lines and stuff. Oh, it's because this is where the words are. Huh. Does that make sense? TNNL. Ah, yeah. The text is so small on the screen and I'm sitting kind of far back and I can barely read what the texture names are. Been mapping since 2018 and you still struggle with the textures. Yeah, there was at least a time when I used to actually map more in like 2001 to like, well, no, I mapped from like 98 to 03-ish. And then Half-Life 2 came out. And then I mapped a little bit for that. I never really made anything notable. I made a lot of random stuff. But I became very accustomed to like all the sounds and textures and model names, and I was on servers with custom mods before Gmod was a thing, and we would just manually spawn props just by like we memorized the file path to them all. This is in 1 and 2. It's like the same group that made our own custom server mods that only our servers had. Let's try this. Oh god, it's gonna be out of alignment. Trying to find a screen texture. I was only discover it's under DRK. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to stay somewhat thematic. Uh... God, everything's gonna be so out of alignment. This is just fooling around. I don't really expect this to be that interesting. Mostly want to have a bigger effect on the lighting. Like I swapped around some of the light, the texture lights. Let's see how that. Oh yeah, I'll look at what does DRK look like. So TN and L, DRK. Oops, DRK. These are. This looks like the inside of the soda machine. Oh, the screens, yeah. What if I make those all the same blue one, maybe? Oh, 50s Mon CRT SCRN. Just make them all broken. God, the textures are out of alignment. Well, I'll cheat a little bit and just force them to be aligned. Then I'll use the oldest trick in the book. And instead of finding an alternate one, I'll replace it, but oh, they're not all going to be selected though. I was going to say I'll just mirror it. Wait, it put it back. What? Well, there we go. I don't know. I just want to see what the lighting looks like now with this difference. God, I keep using Blender shortcuts when I'm trying to use this. Okay, the lighting was modified a little bit. I just think the light coming off these screens is too intense for everything else.
We had a system crash about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files. Just one of those days, I guess.
Definitely dimmed everything out over here. Ooh. God. Can't even see them in there. It's like fully opaque. Oh, this is ominous. I like this. Does this have light surface? Not that I'm aware of. It doesn't sound familiar.
You got the wrong airlock, Mr. Freeman. You know I can't let you through here.
Don't be ridiculous.
I might be thinking of Sven Co-op, but I think there was a way
Kindly lower your voice.
to change the like allegiance of
This analysis is going to run
NPCs.
perfectly today.
So I could like replace all the scientists with alien slaves. Have them still walk the same paths.
Don't you think we should
Oh, I think
recalculate
alien
on
slaves
Morgan's
have a
dampening
flag
factor?
to ignore the player. Maybe I should do that. Assign light values to textures. Yeah, that sounds a lot more convenient than having to go into the RAD file and modify them there. I'll try. So I gotta get. These screens are emitting too much light over here. I think I'll just make all of them broken because I think it's. Oops, their texture that's making them emit light. Maybe, unless there's some kind of like invisible brush that I'm not seeing over here. No? Oh yeah. I'll see how feasible this is going to be to just replace the scientist. Okay, so he's going to still keep the name Intro Room Gizmo Psi. And just do Alien Slave instead. Actually, he's just... How about Zombie? To keep the name? Okay. Then do... God, yeah, because I know Sven Co-op has all the allegiance things. Oh, is it Prisoner? Yeah, I think that will restrain all of their, like, combative tendencies. Okay. So let's see if we can get Scientist and Slave. Oh, that's not an NPC. Intro Walker Guy 1. Can actually see the models in Jack. Yeah, I mean, if I more seriously go about making stuff, I'll probably use an alternative thing. I just kind of want to like revisit this program that I spent so much time in as a kid 20 plus years ago. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Yeah, to even get this version of Hammer to compile maps, I had to move all of the compile tools into my base directory of like C drive because program files has a space in the name. So every time I tried compiling it, it was trying to run the space as like a parameter for the compile tools. So I had to move it to a directory that had no spaces, otherwise it just wouldn't compile. That was a fun adventure. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought it was totally done. Oh, nice. They use the same paths. Sweet.
Hey, Mr. Freeman. I had a bunch of messages for you, but we had a system
Oh, this
crash
is
about
great.
20 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to find my files. Just one of those days, I guess. They were having some problems down in the test chamber, too, but I think that's all straightened out.
Only
They told
problems
me
are
to make sure
happening
you
in the
headed down
test
there as soon
chamber.
as you got into your hazards.
Forgot alien slaves walk really slow. Oh.
Welcome to the HL1
Okay, now we gotta hear the whole thing.
protective system for use in hazardous environment conditions. High impact reactive armor activated. Atmospheric contaminant sensors activated. Vital sign monitor.
Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Yeah. The Vortigaunt has worked there his whole life. Gordon just didn't notice him until now. Okay, that guy's Just do them all as zombies. I think that's fits this theme better. Oh yeah, I know about Impulse 101. It's just a will. Well, the thing is, will Impulse 101 cancel out the whole HEV intro thing? Because that's kind of annoying. Have the voice go through the whole thing every time. Oh yeah, I know about binding keys and stuff. I'm just so used to just going into the console. It's like second nature. I remember because like one of the server mods I had as a kid, we'd end up binding like nearly every key on the keyboard to like manually move entities around. Like because we had like a very Gmod like thing going on in like 2002 where you could edit the map in game to an extent. Keep forgetting I have to actually watch my stream time. I can't just go on forever like I'm used to. I'll stop in 15 minutes at the top of the hour. I think if there's anything else I was trying to or want to try doing. There's a million possibilities. Yeah, I don't think anything can replace Barney because he has too many scripted things going on. Otherwise, it'll just be a thing clipping through his chair. Oops, don't want to mess with that. Yeah, Gordon stays quiet for a good reason. Let's try more of these lights. It's gonna be ugly, but I at least know these emit the kind of light that I'm looking for. And then I'll get rid of these ambient ones. What could I replace this big sign with? Hmm. Black Mesa Waste Processing. But let's see if I can group these together and then do that and then do this back to here. Wait. I'll treat as one. So you still using shift to select multiple things, not control. Is it not? Oh. No, it's just all stretched and ugly. Alright, let's see how this looks.
Automatic med.
Oh, I didn't set them to prisoner though. Uh-oh. Oh, I think their scripted sequences are going to override them anyway. Good, good.
Hey, Mr. Freeman, I had a bunch of...
Oh no, this got really bright. I think it's AI trying to attack me is overriding the thing.
No!
This guy's going good though. Oh, now you're deadly.
I am rather. No. This is, aren't you? Good morning, Gordon.
Yeah, one of your coworkers is acting kind of weird, you guys.
Hello there. Oh my, the sample was just delivered to the test chamber. Oh, no.
Oh, he was just kidding.
Simulation results are perfectly acceptable, you know. Ah. No! Oh no!
Oh, he just died.
You aren't going.
I still think it's great how this cabinet is an NPC It's like a living, breathing thing because it's used in one sequence where the scientist pushes it over and a headcrab jumps on him. But like, I think it actually bleeds too. Oh, maybe not. But this is the only filing cabinet that looks like this in the entire game because it's a model. It's not brush based like everything else.
You got the wrong airlock, Mr. Freeman. You know it.
Nice little space back here. Yeah, and Lord Sai, what you're saying about like still think like the facial expressions in Half-Life 2 and everything are still really impressive, even by today's standards. Like it's like they had just the right balance where it's like they knew that players would be a certain distance away when interacting with them, so they didn't have to have like super high fidelity, but they're just readable enough to be seen at a distance as well. Alright, well, that's that. It's gonna look at a couple of the other maps that are included with the SDK. Like, what's this one? Oh. Interesting, it's just Gordon's locker. Maybe a tribute to the child. Huh. It's very strange that they included just Gordon's locker in the SDK. Ooh. What do we have here? Oh, this is the, it's like the tech demo. Like E3? Long ago? Ooh, I want to compile this, see what this looks like. ENV beam compile. Oops. Oh, here we go. This is showing off the power of the ENV beam, which is a really cool like scrolling texture effect that you see used all over the game. And in the servers I was talking about, where people used to do all kinds of crazy custom server mod stuff in Half-Life 1, guy put together a massive synchronized light show. Like he had music playing that was networked across everyone in the server, and then he would have just 100 different keyboard binds that created different light effects, and he would trigger them, you know, in sequence to what was happening with the music, and it was just like a beautiful light show. And I think that I actually have a video of this one to prove it. Well, let me look through this real quick, see if I can play that video. Oh yeah, and this area was Ooh, like that halo effect. This area was used in the intro sequence. I guess this was originally a tech demo. But yeah, the ENV beam is capable of so many cool effects. Huh. Ah, prototype test chamber. Well, that's really cool that they included this. What else is in the SDK here? Prop models? Sprite tools, weapon models, okay. Like the source materials for models and things, that's cool. Okay, let me find that video real quick of the light show from the server I was talking about, because my mind was blown when I learned that some of those things were archived. Ooh, I think I found them. Okay, this might get part of the VOD muted. Okay, let me figure out how to play this. Because he used copyright music in his light shows. Oh god, the quality is severely crusty. It's 240p. Alright, so this is him. Yeah, I'll get it on here in a sec. This is him showing what is going on in his keyboard while this was all running.
Special Silly Zone light show to
Wait, let me turn off, sorry. Turn off my ambient sound that's playing in the background. But a lot of you probably can't even hear it. But
PPK Resurrection. Enjoy the show.
I mean, this is pretty long. I'm gonna skip parts. I wish it was, because keep in mind, this was recorded in like 2001. The fact that he even had a camera to record his keyboard with is kind of a miracle. This is all using that beam effect that we just saw a bit ago. And this is also in multiplayer, so when he did his light shows like this, we're all just like hanging out, watching from like the battlements. Here. He's like triggering all of these with his keyboard lines in real time. Yeah, I mean, the quality of the video is already extremely low, and then bitrate on top of that just destroys everything. Okay, well, there's that one. I have another one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably mute this part of the VOD when I upload it, sadly, because the world is a hateful, anti-music place. Okay, here's one of his later light shows.
Come to a special Silly Zone light show. Get ready for Moro Picoto with Komodo.
Somehow the quality managed to get even lower in this video. Oh yeah, then he figured out a way to get lyrics to be overlaid onto the stream, or on the screen. And he could like redirect his effects to different points away from his character's body as well. Okay, then there's one more video. Oh God, way louder. This is the one I have the most memories of. I think this is the song that he ended up playing the most. Oh man, the bitrate really doesn't like this one. This feels like it's probably one of his more advanced shows here too. Here we go. Oh man, brings back good memories from back in the day. Yep. And then it just gets cut off. Well, actually, well, his name on the internet now is AV Wolf, but previously his name was Avatar X. And interesting thing is just that the people from this server I knew or I've known longer than anyone else in my life outside of family. Like I've known them since like 2000. Not just him, Avatar X, but like all the other people that were in that community. We're on a Discord server together and we had like kind of a miniature like family reunion kind of thing where we were like, "Oh hey, Avatar X is going to be back. He's finally got a Discord account if anyone wants to hang out." And this was like 3 years ago. And then we were all together and talking a bit, and we realized, like, wait a minute, we haven't talked to each other in like 22 years. And in my life so far, that's like the biggest amount of time I've had between having talked to someone and then not talked and then talked again. And it was like, so what's been going on? It's just like, uh, where do we begin? We talked in 2001 last. Quite a bit has happened since then. And it was really weird to be talking with our voices too, because this was before voice chat was really a thing. Voice chat wasn't yet integrated into Half-Life and the Gold Source, so we always knew each other through text. So it was very weird to be talking to each other through voices. But yeah, really good times. And there is like a tribute website that he left up with just a giant list of everyone who was on the server. And I'm on that list. There's like 80 of us or something over the many years that they were up. Just a social hangout, make cool creative things type of server. We didn't fight each other or anything. It's just like what you saw just now. Um, you have a DJ friend that you play Decay with that absolutely love it. He's likes the original Half-Life and he's always quoting the Half-Life AI stuff. DJ Andromeda, cool. Um, yeah, meanwhile, we're still sitting over here. And all that we just saw in that light show is all just this, but really more complicated and set up in more strategic ways. All right, well, uh, it's just 8 minutes to the top of the hour, and I said I would stop, so I guess I'll wind things down. Um, it was fun doing kind of a creative thing on stream, such as this. I can pretend like I made all of this that's here right now. But I feel like I'd like to try doing this again sometime, but have more of a mission in mind rather than just fooling around and hammer, but to actually like make a level. Because the cool thing with all of this is that Half-Life 1 Deathmatch is built in the standard Half-Life, so in theory, I could just throw a server up and anyone in chat could join me in my own map and you could run around and do whatever. So it's very easy to share. And Half-Life has um, co-op features built into it. So it's like you can have have all the monsters, NPCs and stuff will all fight and they'll, attack different players and behave just how you think they should. That's the only reason like Sven co-op exists is because Half-Life was originally going to have a co-op mode at its initial launch, but they ended up scrapping it. But they left all of the like networking code and everything so that the NPCs behave well with multiple players. I just open Hammer Editor if Unreal Engine keeps giving you problems. I still don't have a whole lot of experience with Unreal Engine. I think I had to download it for some project a long time ago, and all I was doing is just like importing assets and just making sure they looked okay, and then giving the project to someone. I never actually made anything with it. But I hear people really like the Blueprint system because it lets you kind of do a lot of programming like stuff without having to know code, or at least not code in more traditional sense of just like, typing it all out. You code in a node-based system. Doo-doo. All right, just gonna see who I should host. I have a pretty good idea who I'm gonna host because it looks like one of our comrades in my Discord, which is this Discord in chat. He's streaming Half-Life 2 Lost Coast. Nodes. Yeah, I said nodes, not nerds. Um, yeah, I really want to get into Godot. It's one of my kind of back burner things. I have a whole lot of other stuff I'm doing in the meantime. Mostly 3D modeling, just trying to get my job stuff taken care of because I'm handling a whole bunch of it by myself. Whereas previously I had someone that I was working with. So it's a very different feeling trying to create it alone. It's so weird when you're streaming looking at other streamers, how that knock feature becomes enabled. So I'm like, why do all these other streamers have this weird icon? I just show up to a random stream and knock. Who are you? Huh? Um, yeah, Pog chat. Okay, I'm getting ready to raid Mech 04 playing Lost Coast. Oh, he just started episode 2. Nice. I think it's his first time playing through Half-Life 2 also. Um oh, I should put this up without my camera. What? Oh yeah, I have the hammer logo. Let's go back to this. So unfortunately, I think a lot of the end of the VOD is going to get muted because of played a bunch of copyrighted music, but maybe it was crusty enough that it won't detect it. Maybe we can pray that it doesn't. All right, well anyway, yeah, this is a very random stream out of nowhere, so I appreciate those of you that did stop by. If you're American, you're probably going to be doing Thanksgiving stuff in 6 or more hours from now. So I hope you all have good Thanksgiving events. I'm just going to be hanging out with a couple relatives. Holidays are honestly pretty depressing, but it's at least nice to talk to some family members I don't see very often. No idea what oh, actually, I do know what my next stream is going to be. That's right. Day after tomorrow, Saturday. Saturday the 30th. I'm most likely going to be streaming Monsters and Memories because there's a playtest happening at noon US Central Time on Saturday. I might stream that. I'm pretty sure I will. I don't know with who or even if with anyone. But we'll see. I'll be playing it either way. I just don't know about streaming. So that is something coming up. All right. Going to raid Mech, who's a long-time member of my Discord and all-around cool guy. And he's playing Half-Life 2 Episode 2 for the first time. So no spoilerinos to him, please. Okay. Well, he does know that there is no episode 3. It would be tragic to not know that there never was a third, and then to make it all the way there and be like, what? No conclusion? All right. Have a good night or morning, everyone, and hope you enjoy the holidays if you're celebrating them. If not, have a good sleep. Bye.